Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
On the money. Our talk today is about money, and let's face it, money has changed. It is not anything like what it used to be, is it? Do you remember paying with pounds, dollars, the actual physical coins? So 20th century. In fact, I think I still have some rupees in my wallet. A note to our physical audience, thanks so much for being here. We are streaming live around the world. Our partners, media partners, NDTV, BQ Prime, Daily Hunt, and Gulf News. If you'd like to share what you hear, please do use the hashtag IGFUAE and follow the conversation at IGF Updates. This is, of course, our first major event after India has become the president of the G20. And India Global Forum, of course, is where India meets the world and the world meets India. So, back to our topic. Modern advances have revolutionized payments, finances, and the relationship that people have with financial organizations. But perhaps what's most remarkable about this is how much more is still possible. The pace of change is actually lagging the potential for change. So first of all, I'm going to be speaking with two entrepreneurs who see the future and will tell us something about how to get there. Later in the show, we're going to be looking with a key piece of that future with two experts, the booming financial corridor between India and the UAE. So let me introduce my first two guests. Thank you very much for coming along. Abhimanyu Munjal, Managing Director and CEO, Hero FinCorp. And I'm also very pleased to have Ganesh Rangaswamy, Managing Partner, Quona Capital.
Thank you.
So, let's start with the big picture. The financial world is changing rapidly, but it isn't changing evenly. So maybe this is the version of the world that isn't so flat. So Abhimanyu, you've said that it's okay to be inspired by innovations in the West, but you can't just copy them. Tell us a little bit more about that.
India is a very unique country, and we have multiple states, different demographics, and India needs a very tailored to India, made in India solution. And I remember I started the financial services business, which is the lending business 10 years back. And we do two-wheeler finance as our core business. 10 years back, we used to actually be underwriting two-wheelers based on asset finance because there was no data. There was a data asymmetry in India. Today, with the help of a lot of initiatives by the regulator, by the government, by the industry, we have a India stack which is available. We have the Jam Trinity, which is Jandhan, Aadhaar, bank accounts. So with all of that, we are being able to move from asset-based lending to flow-based lending, which is just amazing, right?
Let me just pause on that for a moment, because we throw these terms around like the India stack, like everybody knows them. And I have to be totally honest that before this week, I couldn't actually explain to you beyond the first two layers of the stack. So let's just take it back a little bit. So we have digital identity. On top of that, we have the payments, the ability to send payments anywhere from one person instantaneously to somebody else within India. And then above that, you're one of those companies who's very successfully building a business on top of those first two levels. And you're using a trail of data. In fact, I think the term I loved recently was data exhaust.
Yes.
To actually build products that are really important for people, right?
Yes. Yeah, so I think, one is, like you said, a digital identity and one of the largest rollouts in anywhere in the world. But what's interesting and the latest update is that they've actually come out with an account aggregator. So earlier, when we had to underwrite a customer, we didn't have one view of all bank accounts. Today, because of account aggregators, and there's licenses that have been given to multiple NBFCs, non-bank financial corporations, where I can access, if I've onboarded them, I can access all the banking across different banks in the country. So it gives me a single view of the debit and credit, which enables us to come with surrogates to say, hey, this is his limit that I would like to give, versus just going out and lending against an asset. And the biggest change which this has made is actually move to flow-based lending. Like I said, earlier we used to do asset-based lending. A person used to walk in to buy a two-wheeler. We used to say, okay, you want to buy a two-wheeler, your loan to value is 60%, go ahead and take it. But that was limited to two-wheeler. Today, because of this infrastructure, we use 100 data points.
Like what?
We use PIN code, we use India Stack, account aggregator, age, income estimators, multiple demographics, multiple 100 data points, bases our own data to say, hey, I'm not underwriting that asset. I'm underwriting the profile. So if you walk into the dealership, the customer would get a loan limit basis what he or she deserves. So it's not about a $2,000 bike. I could give a $5,000 loan limit. He or she takes $2,000 for the bike, $3,000 go into a different form factor. And the form factor could be a wallet, could be a card, a prepaid card, or could be just a loan in a bank account as and when he or she needs it. So it's actually empowering the customer to fulfill the dream of upward mobility. That not only two-wheeler, if they want to get a phone, if they want to cater to their children's education, they are being able to do so. So the world is changing. 10 years back was very different. Like you said, notes to plastic, and we are seeing asset lending to flow-based lending, which is a whole new paradigm. Obviously, it comes with some challenges, resistance, which is adoption. Sometimes when we deal with the bottom strata of the economy and with rural India, there is resistance because they are used to high touch. They are used to someone coming in and saying, hey, I'm facing you face to face and I want to come and give you a loan, pick up cash physically rather than digital.
Yeah.
So that is something that I think as an industry we have to be responsible to change the culture of the customer. To say, you're paying me digitally, you need to trust me, right? And it will take time, but I think that adoption will happen. Just through this digital transformation, we do 6 loans a minute now, right?
Incredible.
Which probably 10 years back, we were doing 52,000 loans in a year. Today, we do 1.6 million loans in a year. We acquire so many customers. So that's the power of digital.
So, Ganesh, there's a number of issues that you raised there, but let's bring in Ganesh here. Tell me about how what you see in India compares with the other areas of the world that you operate in. I know you operate everywhere, right? Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, India, South Asia, but maybe draw just some comparisons about what's similar and what's quite different.
Great, thanks. No, I think what Abhimanyu spoke about is a good tee-up or setup to the whole discussion. I think India is truly unique. I think the interesting piece about financial services is we see a lot of similarities, and over a period of time, and we have done this for a decade now, you realize that there are a lot of similarities in human behavior and customer experiences and so on and so forth, and SMEs and the way they operate. But at the same time, yes, India is unique on a few different dimensions, which makes creating solutions for India that much more challenging, but that much more exciting with a great opportunity at the end of it. I think for one example is pricing pressure. Very few markets, even in emerging countries, and we have sort of the broader coverage within emerging markets, but very few markets have the pricing pressure that India has. And we're typically a market which rewards success at scale, and that is, in more often than not, that's the way to go, especially when you're serving sort of the lower income and underserved end of the spectrum. Necessarily not true when you go to the higher end of the spectrum, but definitely at the lower end of the spectrum, that's very true, and especially where we operate with financial inclusion. So pricing pressures are extreme, whether it's in payments, whether it's in lending, whether it's in wealth tech, so on and so forth, across the spectrum. Secondly, I think from a scale perspective, India could be sometimes misleading if we don't understand the scale and serviceable market opportunity well. Because folks can get carried away by the conceptual or potential large market opportunity, but I think the market has a much more finer segmentation than we have seen in a lot of other markets. So
Tell me a bit more about that.
So I think in some of the countries where we are, we operate in countries which have 40-50 million population scale to India, which has 1.4 billion, and sometimes it's easier to kind of in some markets it's easier to segment just lower, middle, and upper class, and in some markets actually a middle class doesn't even exist, frankly, and the characteristics in terms of similarities across these classes can be easily classified and separated. Frankly, I don't even know how many segments or classes are there in India.
Right.
It's such a complicated, nuanced layer, and folks who try to apply the lower, middle, upper income class kind of a delineation
doesn't work.
Yeah, could actually get completely led, could be led astray, and it might be too late till you realize that even within the lower income class, there are multiple layers on depending on the service. If it's an SME, a micro entrepreneur versus a small business versus a medium business versus a large business, and between medium and large, the number of segments that exist makes it a lot more complicated. I mean, we are investors. We were investors in a company called India Mart before they went public, and we got off the board. But they cover about 100 plus million SMEs in India. In the official database, 100 million plus SMEs don't exist today. India Mart covered more than 100 million SMEs, right? And it's super complicated. Service SMEs.
I mean, I imagine if you have 100 different data exhaust points, you're definitely able to combine those different data points in, I don't know, 100 times 99 times. You could be almost an infinite number of different kinds of customer or kinds of person, right?
Yes, so the balance is to figure out right segmentation, but which might have certain scale. Because if you start segmenting too much and you start serving too much of a niche, you might end up with mostly serving subscale segments.
Right.
And on the other end of it is what I was saying, which is it's not as simple as just 3 broad segments or 4 broad segments. So I guess we have to find a balance, which ends up being more of a struggle in India than number of other markets.
Interesting. All right. So complicated, challenging, but also incredibly exciting. Well, let's talk a little bit about how the kinds of things that are being built, for example, on the stack, and what that's changing for somebody within India. So it's now possible to buy now, pay later, right? Ownership plans are also changing. I don't necessarily need to buy my two-wheeler. I could lease it, which is such a relief to me. But I imagine for some folks that may be a real mindset change because it's not something that everybody grew up believing that was always the dream, right?
Yeah. So I think a lot of the stuff that we spoke about earlier in terms of data and infrastructure and India Stack. Just imagine, like 10 years back, about 15 to 20% of two-wheelers sold in the country were finance, and the rest were all cash buys. Today, which is as recent as last month, the number is 70%. So 70% of two-wheelers sold in the country were finance. it's not that these 50% increment were not taking finance earlier. They were actually taking finance from the informal sector. So there has been this digital revolution has given access to the underserved, and they were probably taking finance at absurd rates, right? And they are, they were paying through their noses.
Yeah.
Now they've come to really the formal economy, which is incredible. Similarly, we are seeing a big trend in BNPL, right? Consumer durables, I think, if my memory serves me right, 90% of consumer durables which are bought on finance. And a majority of that is BNPL.
Buy now, pay later.
Yeah, you go to a store, and hey, earlier you had to buy a TV or a phone. You would save money for the next month, next 2 months, get your salary and go and get it. Now you have apps, you go to a store and say, I want to buy that, and they'll give you a payment plan. Buy now, pay later, and you just click and you get access to it.
But I imagine this also requires a certain amount of financial smarts and financial education, right? Because it can be very tempting to do buy now, pay later on a lot of things, and then to have your budget get way out of control.
Absolutely. So we see this happen in the US. We know one of the largest buy now, pay later firm from, I think, $40 billion of value today is at $3 billion, right? So we see that. And I hope players in India also realize, because one is, of course, companies getting bust, but more important is being a socially responsible lender.
Right.
You don't want the consumer to be over leveraged.
Right.
Right. So I think as an industry, we need to be more responsible to say, hey, we need to ensure we don't over leverage the customer, because that has lots of negative impacts. Right. And we don't want, in a growing economy, we don't want Indians to be over leveraged.
Right.
And that's never been the
not good
case.
for anybody.
Yeah. In terms of ownership models, what's happening now is in the urban cities, maybe the top 15 to 30 cities, we are seeing the younger millennials coming out and saying, hey, I don't want to own assets, right? I want to just do a subscription. I'm seeing a lot of this in electric vehicles. People don't want to buy an asset. They're saying, I want to pay a monthly subscription, which would include number of kilometers, which would include my insurance, which would include my service. And after 2 years, I can change it. But when I go slightly rural, it's a mindset change, because they feel that owning an asset is a social status kind of thing. So it's very difficult to change that mindset, because it will take time. But the way which I see in the future, next 5 years, there will be no EMI. There will be no equated monthly installments. There would be subscriptions, there would be leasing, there would be different ownership models, not only for vehicles. I think it would be for most products.
Interesting.
Right? Now, if I look at consumer durable, there's no EMI, it's buy now, pay later, it's a revolving loan. So I think there is access of consumption to the Indian, but at the same time, we have to be very responsible, because this is a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Right? While data is coming in, as an industry, we should use the data to select good customers, not to just deploy all the money, right? We should use the data to select good customers and become more efficient, rather than saying, hey, I have all the data and I can just keep leveraging the customer till he can't pay. So I think that's something that we should do. And of course, Ganesh being here, he can give us all the money and we are happy to deploy it. His fund is a fintech fund, so.
Well, let's talk about that, because actually, Ganesh, your firm sees fintech actually slightly different. It sees finance as the ability to link with education, to link with innovation, to link with agriculture. So talk a little bit about how you do invest your money and how you see it as a driver of economic growth.
Sure. And I'll also answer touch upon a little bit the point that Abhimanyu made, which around responsible finance and lending, which I think is very close to what we do and work with regulators on across markets. But starting, with the point you raised, Eddie, we look at fintech and financial innovation sort of quite differently. It's not necessarily a be-all and end-all. We look at fintech as weaving into the fabric of economic growth quite broadly, and as I have often said, we look at it as oil as the oil that greases the economic engine. And
Or maybe the solar power that, that
Yes.
shines on the economic
Sure.
engine.
hopefully one day we have two large solar financing companies in our portfolio that are doing extremely well. So yes, one day hopefully they'll prove that point. But the fundamental point is, maybe I'll take one example. We have a portfolio company which is one of the largest agri tech platforms, post-harvest agri-tech platforms in India. Starts with farm gate aggregation, does collateral management and warehousing. And because they have full visibility into the produce, they're able to underwrite and finance. And because they have the understanding of data and they can finance, banks also work with them to finance even further those farmers, waiting for the right time to sell. And then this company provides market linkage as well. So are they a fintech company? Probably not. But is financial innovation so instrumental? And
But just talk about how that particular investment in that company has changed the lives of the farmers that are using it.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's one of the really hard-hitting facts we realized when we did our diligence on the ground. And in fact, part of my family clearly has a lot of farming experience as well. And you see that for different kinds of produce, how much the farmers get challenged from the time they harvest to actually they get to the mandis or the trading trading platforms. And even once you get there, you're really at the mercy of the traders more often than not. I mean, the systems are getting a lot more efficient in the country now. But I think that's a challenge most farmers face, most marginal farmers face day in and day out. What this does is really gives them the ability to access cash flow for their next cycle of crop, while waiting for the right time to be able to get the best value for their produce. Is it always perfect? Absolutely not. But is it much better than the position they were in terms of being at the mercy of selling at whatever price they're given at the point of harvest? Yes. So it makes a pretty significant difference. And on an average, I think hard to put a number, but we're certainly seeing already a 25 to 35% difference it makes in terms of economic impact for the farmers.
Phenomenal. Now I'm seeing a blinking screen at me. I believe that we need to move on. I'm just going to look for some confirmation that we need to, or do I have another minute? One more minute? Great. Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys one more question each. I'd love to hear, Abhimanyu, your motto is finance made easy. Can finance be easy while still being safely regulated?
Yeah, the regulator in India has taken regulation very, very seriously. And, I come from a non-bank financial corporation, but our regulations are at par with banks. So I think it's a very good thing because there is a lot of public money at stake, right? There is about 29 lakh crores, now you can just put that in dollars, or actually 50 lakh crores outstanding of NBFCs in India. So, which is important to be safe and regulated. And our tagline of finance being made easy is, when we started, we said, why can't we give white glove treatment to the common man? Why should it only happen to HNIs and the exclusive few? So why can't finance be first accessible? Second, be as it should not be transactional, it should be a relationship. I'm sure as an HNI, especially you, when you have multiple bank accounts across the globe, you have private bankers roaming around all over to open your account, to take you out for coffee, etc., etc. So that's something that we're trying to solve. Of course, our scale is, we have about 8.5 million customers. So we're trying to see how do we get that in that scale.
Yeah.
At least be more transparent, be ethical, be very honest, and not really, if our interest rate is X, deliver that promise that we give to the common man. And our philosophy is that the man on the street is our customer, and we want to live through all the financial needs as he or she actually grows in terms of the financial age.
Interesting.
And that's what we are doing, and I think data and technology is really helping us, and we're utilizing that. And I'm sure you'll see that, like Ganesh said, finance is either the oil or the solar, the wind or the solar power, the rays, sun rays for any economy. And if India has to go to $5 trillion, which I'm sure we will, financing in India has to grow at double digit. So for that, there'll be different parts, digital, traditional, fintech. I think all of them need to come together and partner and not think that we are competing.
Okay.
With a common goal of taking India to a $5 trillion economy.
Fantastic. Ganesh, biggest unrealized opportunity, and how are you going to help finance it?
Biggest unrealized opportunity, I wouldn't say it's unrealized, but it's very much under-penetrated, I would say, is financial infrastructure, because it's very, very hard to change. And financial infrastructure is quite far-reaching. It could be payments, lending, insurance, wealth tech, so on and so forth, but it also expands to a point where with open data and the data models that we are talking about, it's becoming a lot easier relatively to build integrated solutions, more contextual solutions that make have a far-reaching impact within the society. So financial infrastructure, and on top of that, applications which really make finance talk to relevant sectors a lot more seamlessly. I think it's a massive, massive opportunity. We are going to see that whole layer being rewritten and becoming more efficient over the coming decade or so.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much to Abhimanyu Munjal and also to Ganesh Rangaswamy. Thank you very much for joining us here in the very first India Global Forum studio. We're sorry for any hiccups that you might have seen, but this is live television. So thank you very much. And to our live audience, we'll be back right after this.
Thank you. Thank you, Eddie.
Great. Well, welcome back. Welcome to the India Global Forum studio. I'll introduce my guests in just a moment. We've been speaking here about money, how it's changing, how financial infrastructure is changing, and we're going to move on to a case study now of the importance and the opportunity of fintech, investment in building powerful financial relationships. And in this case, between India and the Middle East, the GCC, and the UAE in particular. It's already a thriving corridor, and as I spoke yesterday with His Excellency Minister Al-Olama, he said actually that the trading partnership between India and this part of the world goes for 4,000 to 5,000 years. So this is nothing new. And actually Indians send more remittances back home from the UAE than from any other place outside North America. So we want to talk about this, but actually what more is possible. And I'm delighted to have two people directly involved in this challenge here with me. Pleased to have Neeraj Makin. He's the Senior Executive Vice President and Group Head, International and Group Strategy, Emirates NBD here in the UAE, as well as Shruti Rajan. Thanks very much for coming. Partner, Corporate, Financial, Regulatory, Trilegal, India. It's a good title.
Thank you.
It's a lot of words. Welcome to you.
It's a lot of work.
Welcome to you both. Let me start by asking each of you, first of all, to describe the business that you're doing and the opportunity that you see for growth. Neeraj.
Thanks for having us here today. So Emirates NBD, we are one of the largest banks in the Middle East, the second largest in UAE. We are about $200 billion asset size bank. We're present in 13 countries. Some of our key markets are Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, our growing presence in India. We've got 3 branches in India now. And then we are also present in London, Singapore. We've got a subsidiary in Austria, which operates in Austria and Germany, and a single branch presence in Moscow. So that's the remit. We follow what we call as our MENATSA strategy: Middle East, North Africa, Turkey, and South Asia.
Now, is that unusual? Are you unusual for a bank for operating in those separate countries?
We are. We're probably one of the only banks which has a presence across this corridor, and we call it right from straddling from Asia, from Singapore to London. But a key focus area is obviously Turkey, Egypt, Saudi, UAE, India. I think this is the thing. We're the probably only bank which is present in all these markets. There is no Indian bank present in Egypt, Turkey, or Saudi.
How does that make you feel?
Very unique and very special. Yeah.
Interesting. Shruti, tell us about your business and as well, and how you're straddling this particular corridor as well.
Sure. So I'm a partner with Trilegal. We're one of India's largest law firms, full service. I think in addition to what we would normally do as a corporate law practitioner, for us, certain specific sectors are of tremendous focus as lawyers, financial services and technology being one of them. I think India, nobody needs to say it today, but India is in the thick of things, right? India is online, the world is watching, both from a financial services and technology space. I think we've managed to meet that sweet spot where technology is being used to disrupt the market, it's being used to increase financial inclusion, it's changing the product mix that a lot of financial services want to take to customers, and most importantly, I think all of this is user driven, it's customer driven. And for us as lawyers, where this comes in is we are at the cusp of it all, right? Because we help the product manufacturers really understand the regulatory framework of what they're selling to customers, how they should be selling it. And at the same time, we make an effort to ensure that everything that happens from a policy perspective, what we, kind of reach out to regulators with is something that overall benefits the direction in which we want to see the economy going. So yes, no better time to be a lawyer in India, I suppose.
Give us an example of one of the products that you've had a positive impact on by helping the customer explore or understand the regulatory impact.
So I wouldn't want to talk about it as a firm specific thing, of course. So let me maybe just give you an example of how we've seen certain products develop in the Indian market recently. So as you know, with COVID coming in, it's really changed customer behavior in terms of how they access the digital ways of availing of services. Financial sectors obviously benefited from that. For us, I think 3 key points, and I know, kind of sport is in the air in this part of the world, so maybe I'll use an analogy of, maybe making things more wider in terms of the spectrum, and stronger, right, in terms of how they are regulated. So one big aspect of this is how has financial services become more accessible to people. That is clearly happening today because of the regulators' effort to allow things to be served online. A big example of that is even small things like wealth management, like stockbroking, a lot of the embedded financing options that banks and non-banking financial companies offer online to customers today, their ability to do eKYC, their ability to onboard customers through certain specific products, the payment systems and the payment tools that today you have the unified payment interface, which is an exceptional Make in India initiative that's really taken the world by storm. So all of these various enabling factors have come together to really make it happen. I think where we would see our role as lawyers would really be to strengthen all of these pieces by helping them understand the regulatory framework, helping them comply, helping them mitigate risk, and of course, working with the regulator to try from a policy level to see how things can be done better.
Interesting. So, we've spoken a lot this week during the conference about this new phase of globalization in which actually bilateral relationships are perhaps more important at the moment than multilateral. ones. And I'd love to hear about the effect of the bilateral trade agreement. We can call it CEPA from now on, but the agreement between the UAE and India, and how you expect that to change or enhance your business.
I think it's a very, very important development, and I was listening to the minister and the ambassador earlier this morning, and they were mentioning that CEPA came into being from 1st of May, and they're already seeing about a 30% increase in certain trade segments, which has happened. Now, we obviously from a banking side, we've also seen a whole lot of change in the conversations we are already having with some of our clients. Some of the key stuff which we are doing when I call it the India-UAE corridor, we helping a lot of Indian companies trade using UAE as a springboard to go into wider North Africa, Africa region, Central Asia. And Dubai being a trade hub, we also have a good trade links with the wider Asia network. So we already talking to certain segments like your basic materials, right? Iron ore and all those side of mining companies which are mining in India and exporting that stuff. They're talking about how they can use UAE as a trade hub, how we as a bank can come in between to kind of finance and confirm those trade transactions. On the other side, India is a huge importer of energy, and specifically on the oil and gas side, right? So crude oil being imported into India, being refined in India, and then re-exported back to countries like Bangladesh, Malaysia and all and everything. And there are global trading houses which sit either in UAE, which sit in Singapore, and that straddles, very nicely with our network to kind of fund and finance those. Specifically between India and UAE, the another area where we're seeing is bullion and jewelry, fine jewelry. So bullion, UAE is again a hub. You import gold, and the gold is imported into India via UAE, where there are traders sitting out here, and then...
But I imagine that's already happened, right? How does this trade agreement make it easier?
So it makes it easier because the tariffs have gone down, so people can do a lot more, right? Their margins improve because of that. It becomes much more easier. Your cycle times in terms of a trade being confirmed, payment being done, that improves. And on the other side, what we are working on, what Shruti was talking about from a payment technology perspective. So we've done a lot of work on the P2P side for the payments, but there's an immediate need for the commercial payments to kind of also digitize and be made STP. That is something, a work in progress, straight through processing. No manual touch, right? Today for a payment, you will send something, somebody in the bank will kind of put it into the system, it'll go via SWIFT to a correspondent bank and all and everything.
Long. Yep. So many numbers you have to
Exactly. And it might take 4 days, 5 days for that payment to be realized. What we are looking at and what even clients want, that look, once a good or a service has been delivered, I should be able to receive my payment, right? Or I should be able to receive my payment in advance. I don't want to take the risk of that. And that's where we as banks step in. And
can I just ask you though, because don't banks make a lot of money on that time in between me sending my money into the person receiving at the other end? I'm interested that as a bank, you'd like to get rid of that time.
Look, I think that is... You make money, but there are multiple institutions which are involved out there, right? So it's not that a single bank is making money. And that to me is more of a friction to provide a better customer service. So we don't see that benefit rather than money reaching our client and our client being happy. I think that is something which probably all financial institutions would want to do.
Interesting. So should you talk to us about regulation? Too little regulation and we get things like FTX. I was really interested to learn yesterday that actually FTX only had the very first level of license here in the UAE, and you can see what happened as a result. People actually seem to be quite relaxed about it here when I've been speaking to. But too much and we get tied up into knots. And I come from the US, I live in the UK, enough on the regulation. How would you describe the current regulatory environment between India and the UAE, and how what potentially is coming through from CEPA or other arrangements might improve it?
Sure. So, you've got me started on my favorite topic. So I may get a little philosophical about this, but look, the regulatory framework in any part of the world, right, it has to kind of meet that sweet spot or that fine balance between principle-based regulations and rule-based regulations, the way we call it. A rule-based regulation would simply mean that you tell them, okay, you can only do A, B, C, D, you cannot do F, O, F, G, H. But in a principle-based regulation, which is common, say, in places like the UK, you would typically tell them, look, these are the rules of the road. These are, what we expect as conduct from you as a market participant. Now you go figure, right? Any developed, sophisticated regulatory regime has to draw that fine balance between the two, has to be able to say that which area, which asset class meets the rules and what kind of product or market service actually requires principle-based regulation. I think today in India, and look, any cross-border collaboration that we do is only as good as the rules that we have nationally first, right? Because our national framework has to be the starting point, and we can only improve upon that as we go ahead and collaborate across the border. And today, I think across our central bank, which is the RBI, our securities market regulator, our insurance regulator, we've done a great job of being able to work together, but still retain that independence in terms of how we want to, manage each of our areas, where that translates into an excellent opportunity for cooperation, some of which we're already seeing, is actually in the IFSCA, which, as you know, is a international financial service center that's been set up in India. It's really a local territory, but it's considered to be an offshore financial center with all of the tax incentives that goes with it. And that has a unified regulatory format, right? It takes people from each of the local regulators, offshores them. And these regulators in turn, especially on the fintech space, have been very active in collaborating with regulators overseas. So, that's why it's kind of like a trickle down effect, because the starting point is the national regulators who then converge at the unified regulator's hand, which in turn is entering into all of these and using that platform of GIFT as a controlled environment to develop fintech in collaboration with all the different regulators.
GIFT City it's a really interesting place to start. And I wonder if you can give me an example of something that you've seen happen there that you could see replicated elsewhere.
Sure. So I think the FinTech Hub, and I would say that, the scheme that we have today in the GIFT City to grow FinTech businesses is not very different from what, I think you'd have at the DIFAC and in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in various versions. But it's still a phenomenal start for a country like India, because you have the talent, you have businesses which are looking for capital, you have businesses which tomorrow may actually go ahead and list on the stock exchanges and GIFT. So the FinTech platform that GIFT is providing today is absolutely fantastic. It meets the international standards, if not more, of anything else that you would see in Asia, where there are two things they're doing, right? They're using it almost as an incubatory space for different regulators to come together. See, they have the advantage which mainland does not, right? They have one regulator there.
Right.
So they actually use that to their benefit. They incubate businesses that they think will work, and they also give grants. So they have a mechanism to actually choose businesses and give them grants. So that's, I think, a perfect example of how it's going to work.
This is exactly what DIFC has been doing out here. So DIFC again, an offshore regulator which has taken best of the worlds from linking what happens with in UK, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, and they've created this innovation fund. They've also created this hub where these startups can come in. So I think I see a lot of similarities between the two. But interestingly, it's not only about these offshoring centers or special regulatory environments which you need to create. I think the main regulators out here are also collaborating. And a couple of examples which I can give you. So India started off with UPI, the Unified Payment Initiative or infrastructure, which has been hugely successful.
Incredibly successful.
Right. Now, UAE Central Bank has come up with something very similar, which they call the National Payment Service Infrastructure or Scheme, NPSS, right? They're still working on it. But while they're working on it, they're already tying up with UPI. And what we are envisaging to happen as we go forward is that UPI will be linked with NPSS. given that large diaspora of Indian population out here, both white collar and blue collar, and there are these people who remit their money and across. Today they go to an exchange house, there is a lot of fees they have to pay. Money probably takes 3 or 4 days to kind of reach the destination. We as a bank have done a few things. We have a product called Direct Remit, which has kind of done very well. We do $2 billion of remittances to India. But the key thing, which the regulatory aspect is kind of bringing in, that if the UPI and NPSs get linked, these guys can probably transfer money to a person's mobile phone. Like we as a bank can only transfer money to a bank account. So a person needs to have a bank account to receive that money. But the next level of thing is that I can receive money on my mobile phone. And given the mobile telephony revolution in India, or the telecom revolution in India, there are people in the hinterland who are now moving around with those basic smartphones which are out there.
If we just put this into a picture of what it might look like, it's somebody who's working in Dubai. It doesn't matter if they're working in your bank or they're working as a cleaner. And they could immediately, via 2 different payment systems, if this collaboration works, send money immediately to their grandmother's phone in a village somewhere.
Yes.
I mean, I have deep envy, I've got to say. This is impossible from the UK to the US.
We as a bank in a current infrastructure can do that in 60 seconds if the person on the other side has a bank account, and I can do it in any bank account, right? But the next step for us is to kind of, we as banks, using the NPSs and UPI to tie it up with the mobile. So then you have the money in your UPI wallet or something or whatever. And that to me is going to be a game changer.
How fast do you think that could happen?
I think given the way the technology and infrastructure is moving, you can talk about anywhere in 60 seconds to...
But in terms of when we'll be able to see this happen?
Look, NPSs is something which is being set up and evolving. I do see NPSs to come into full being or full flow in the next 6 to 12 months here in the UAE. UPI is all pretty much well set up, and then it's all about joining the connections and getting those APIs done. So you could see something like that happening anytime in 12 to 18 months.
Interesting.
Didi, with your permission, I'm actually going to, supplement what he just said. And, this is just, I think, to give the world a sense of the reach of UPI today as a product. Because one of the, the regulatory mottos of all our regulators has always been to ensure financial inclusion, right? Because it's not just the top 1-2% that you want financial services and products to reach to. You need it to percolate through all the various demographics that inhabit, a country as diverse as India. And UPI, I think, has been exhibit A of that endeavor. It is... Today in India, it is both fascinating and humbling, I would say, to just look at the kind of people who are using UPI. There are people who would say be driving public transport, what we call an auto rickshaw, or somebody who's selling street food. If you go to them and you don't have change, and you may be incurring an expense of less than $1 with them, they'll say, I have my QR code, just pay me through UPI. And that moment, is when the penny drops as to what an enormous accomplishment it is. Because more often than not, it's really not the changes that happen at the macro level. It is, of course, but it's also how it changes lives of individuals, because collectively that's what, brings the economy upwards, and it's amazing.
There's another angle to it, right? With that money going into a bank account through UPI or through a wallet, your saving ability for that person on the street who's a seller or who's that rickshaw driver or something also goes up, because cash can get lost, cash can get this thing. But with that money lying in the account, your saving potential, and that automatically, increases the potential for that person to ride up the economic curve.
So are there any downsides to this cashless society, do you think?
I think fraud and, there are lots of people around the world who are waiting for these kind of things, who want to use your digital footprint or something to defraud you of your hard-earned money or something. Physical, it's a different kind of fraud which happens out there, or a different way to rob you. But yes, one important aspect is, I think regulation is very important from that perspective, so that you have the right KYC and all. And obviously, money being used to kind of perpetuate crime or something or whatever. So from that perspective, organizations, whether be it regulators, whether be it financial services player, or whether be it end service providers, they have to be very mindful and very clear about how they're going to protect from those. Systems have to be robust. Compliance has to be robust, and your cybersecurity has to be very good, so that the digital identity and that money which moves around through those digital rails of this thing is not lost, or somebody doesn't use it for other nefarious activities.
Well, that's the issue, right? And it may not even be nefarious, but we have this digital exhaust that follows us wherever we go. It's like a sort of trail that we leave, every time I open my phone, every time I use Google Docs, which I'm using here. And I do wonder who has access. And I imagine that this is something that, who thinks about laws and protection, it's not just privacy, it's who gets to see what I'm about, right?
That is true, and I think all jurisdictions are going through that churn, right? Because at some level it is a trade-off, because in order to avail of services on a digital platform, there is a minimum amount of information that needs to be put into a system. How we protect that system, who has access to that system, can you monetize that system? Those are all, I think, issues that globally we are grappling with. But to go back to some of the points that you raised in your question, of course, today I think as economies, as legal practitioners, as regulators, we're all cognizant of two big risks. One is in India especially, and the kind of people today who could potentially be accessing digital payments, there is a burning question of financial literacy. Because what is happening is a lot of these apps, they tend to gamify the exchange of money at some level. I remember this friend of mine said, I shopped something, and when I paid on UPI, I didn't feel like I was spending. And I thought that's true, because it's just a click of a couple of buttons, and you don't feel like you've swiped a card. You haven't taken an active action of pulling cash out of your wallet or swiping a card, right? And I think
it's even worse when it gets to the watch. You just tap the watch as you go by, and that's it.
What you're talking about reminds me of the time when the credit card was getting prevalent in India in the late 90s, and my father used to talk about it. He said, this is the worst thing, because you don't know what you're spending.
Exactly. So I think that's the risk, right? That you have almost like a cognitive dissonance about spending, because it doesn't feel like how you've been spending money all these years. And I think that's where regulators are coming in with a lot of nudges as well as rules around how you market these products. There have recently been a few online lending products and few kind of payment related products which regulators have not been very happy with. Those are the kind of businesses that they've been trying to pull the shutters on. So they're very vigilant about this part as well.
Interesting.
Talking about data, that's a very
final
important
word.
So data privacy is something which, again, the regulators, especially in the financial services, are taking very seriously. We as banks have been subject to a lot of scrutiny as to who has access to that data, who owns data. And there are governments and regulators which are also now forcing banks or financial services institutions to keep the data, which we call PII, personally identifiable information. That has to be very closely protected and possibly kept within the borders. So we as a bank which banks in multiple jurisdictions and all, for us, the cost to provide that digital infrastructure has suddenly gone up, because I have to keep my data for that particular country in the local jurisdiction. India is doing that, Saudi is doing that, Egypt is asking for the same.
Fascinating. Well, we could go on and on and on, but sadly our time has run out. But I'd like to give an enormous thank you to both Neeraj and to Shruti for joining me. And I look forward to welcoming you back to the India Global Forum studio again very soon. Thank you, and we'll be back right after this.
Thank you.
What can a bank bring to the world? How can it enable economies and companies to achieve their goals and help people realize their dreams? At Emirates NBD, our origins are in this sand and this sea. Just decades ago, these calm waters were echoing with the voices of pearl divers. Today, from the same land, rise modern marvels. happy communities have been thriving on this land. Emirates NBD is a financial services company, a regional player contributing to a global ecosystem because ambition knows no borders. We exist for people, supporting human endeavor. We enable economies as an integral fabric of communities and businesses. We innovate as a means to make lives easier, simpler, more enriching. We invest in the societies we're in to ensure that we share our growth. And we're driven by customer needs and challenges across sectors, looking beyond, delivering what's next. For us, scale matters. It helps us to deliver synergies and functional expertise to our stakeholders. Technology matters. It places us at the cutting edge of transformation. Strategy matters. It positions us for leadership today and into tomorrow. Ultimately, we're all about people. Our own, our customers, our communities. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
Imagine a world where modern comfort meets timeless elegance, and where daily rituals elevate your here and now, transforming the mundane into exotic. Discovery and serenity. Every sense awakened, stimulated, and recharged. Every detail crafted with your comfort in mind. Brief moments, lasting memories. Welcome to the exotic side of life.
Welcome back to the IGF Studio. This is Talking Tech with me, Laura Buckwell. In this next segment, we are going to dissect the latest in tech disruption, whether tech is the answer to climate change and the food crisis, and also what's in store for 2023. As you can see, we are broadcasting live from the Taj Exotica here on the Palm in Dubai and along the sidelines of the India Global Forum UAE Week, which has been running, yes, for the whole entire week. However, we are here in Dubai, and it's the second year here in the United Arab Emirates. If you would like to join our conversation, please do use our hashtag, that is IGFUAE. Well, I have an incredible lineup of guests for you over the next hour or so. However, we start with a very special guest who spoke on the India Global Forum stage just yesterday about the first-hand lessons on building a global company. However, he is here with us today to talk about how embracing technological disruption is the way forward. It's a very warm welcome to Sachin Devdugal. He is the chief wizard and the co-founder of Builder AI. Thank you so much for joining us here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right, as I mentioned, you spoke yesterday here on the India global stage on the lessons of building a global company. So let's talk a little bit about some of the highlights of that. And also, is going digital for any company nowadays, is that vital? Is it essential going forward?
You know, I think maybe starting with the second question, if we think about human beings wanting to unlock potential, I think today you'd have to say human beings unlocking potential means human beings using software and leveraging software. And I think that what we have seen, not only during COVID, but before, is a tremendous acceleration in everybody becoming digitally native. You know, we used to use this form of digitally transformed. I feel like that is only relevant for enterprises. I think what you're starting to see now is small businesses, entrepreneurs, people that are building their first business idea or adding new revenue to the existing business. They're becoming digitally native. And that in itself also allows them to become global. And you know, sort of segueing that into what we've learned and seen from our own experiences. You know, in the end, you have to ask yourself a bunch of questions. Why do you want to go global? How do you go global? What are the key tenets? And I always go back to me, a couple of fundamentals. Number one, you build a business because you're serving customers. And so you go global, number one, because you're serving more customers. I think the second is you're building a really credible team and a family unit that's going to deliver to those customers. And so the question is, have you got everyone you need where you are right now? Or do you need to augment skill sets? When we think about advances in technology like AI, you fundamentally need a global team anyway, because you're going to have selection bias. You know, people talk about payments differently. People talk about their business differently. It's a different vernacular that's being used. And if the AI is trained or built just to be able to certain vernacular, certain dialect, a certain culture, you know, it becomes a problem as it becomes global. And I'd say that the connecting tissue really is culture. You know, as you build global businesses, the lessons for us have been pretty stark, right? It's the only thing that makes it work is culture. The only thing that breaks it is culture. And how do you make that an everyday pulse? And how do you make sure that you're using like the basic biology of human beings, things like osmosis, to allow that culture to percolate as you open new locations?
You spoke a little bit about the pandemic, and that's exactly when digital transformation really was an overdrive and it shifted everything. How do you think, you know, what have you seen over the past years when it comes to how we've embraced digital disruption on a global scale? We've managed it pretty well, though, don't you think?
I think you have. And, you know, to me, what was really surprising, and surprising in the right sense, because I don't think anyone would have fortitude on what COVID was going to do. COVID was war. It wasn't a recession. And the calling of war means instantaneous reactions. And so what we saw was small businesses said, I'm not going to go silently into the night. They said, I do not want to be irrelevant. And actually the fear of irrelevance was something maybe a couple of years away. Oh yeah, you know, we need to think about e-commerce. We need to think about teaching our employees online. Like, we need to think about these things. Well, we need to do it tomorrow. And so you had an immediacy to a problem that they, you know, to a large extent already understood that they needed. And so the second part of it was the move, well, how do I do it? Right? And so as you saw an evolution in the technology landscape that made it easier to become digitally native, to build software, we saw the most incredible things happen. I remember watching a customer conversation. It was a chat that was happening between a grocery store in Mumbai and one of our success teams in London. And this grocery store owner came online, is like, I'm not able to ship milk to my neighborhood, and you know, at the stores have been told to be shut. Like, I need to build something in the next week, 10 days to get it out the door. And so you started to see real problems being solved by real technology and at an unprecedented pace. It
really was. It was an incredible 2 years and quite a shocking 2 years, and I'm glad it's sort of behind us. But here we are now. You know, we're in a new sort of cycle of development when it comes to technology and disruption. Now, I haven't given you a very fair introduction. Tell us a little bit more about Builder AI for those watching that they haven't come across your platform yet. And also, you know, what exactly are you doing at Builder AI to push those boundaries of disruption?
So it goes down to the high level, right? Every human being wants to unlock their potential. Every business wants to unlock its potential. Every department, every entrepreneur. So that's one. That's an understood norm. And we've seen that across digital businesses or traditional businesses. The second is where it becomes interesting, which is they've now all realized that software is the key to unlocking. So this means that you've got more people than ever building software at an unprecedented pace and more inexperienced. Our average customer thinks Java is a coffee bean you buy at Starbucks. And their extent of using software was PowerPoint. And so they're clearly not going to go build a software application or an engineering team themselves. And so to us, this was really important. And then the last one is, what can all human beings do that want to unlock their potential? They can talk. And so if voice became and speech became our central navigation experience, we really wanted customers to tell us what they want to solve, what they want to build, what is their idea, what is their dream. And our platform is that sort of connecting tissue between the idea in their head or the problem they're trying to solve, and that's something that shows up in a screen. And the best way to think about Builder is Lego of reusable features, because actually 80% of most applications are the same thing. A car assembly line, because we sit in cars all the time and they're produced perfectly in most cases. And then a global expert network to do that last mile customization, because today you're wearing a red shirt, and a red dress, and tomorrow you might want to wear a blue one. And everyone's got their nuances and differences around that customization. But the key for us is always around how do we stop customers having the fear of failure? Because the one thing more powerful than the fear of irrelevance is the fear of failure.
That's very true. Very true. Very wise words there. Now, speaking of Dubai and the UAE and India as well, now both countries do incredibly well when it comes to innovation and disruptions, mainly due to their willingness to diversify, essentially, and mainly to become knowledge-based economies as well, of course. You recently opened your offices here in Dubai, actually, no, about a year and a half ago,
yes,
is that right?
Yes,
so not so recently. What type of potential do you feel that India and Dubai gives and offers when it comes to digital transformation and disruption?
So I think the countries are both similar and quite different. Right? What's interesting for me in the Middle East is people woke up in the morning, COVID definitely accelerated it, people woke up in the morning saying, we shall be digital. And it wasn't like one or two people, it was like the whole population. And the government said, thou shall be digital. And everything was sort of designed around like making it easy, making it fluid. And innovation became the most important conversation, whether you were a micro SME or a large enterprise. And it happened at an unprecedented pace. India's story was different. India was the world's knowledge base, right? And it was producing for the world. And it wasn't that India woke up one morning and said, we shall become digital. It's been an evolving journey over many, many years. And we're seeing the precipice of that evolution. So these markets have arrived at very different points. The difference, though, is that in the Indian subcontinent, the talent exists within the subcontinent to produce for the subcontinent. I would argue now that actually we've got a demand and supply mismatch at an extraordinary level, even there. Here, the problem was that for the sheer volume of instantaneous demand, there just wasn't enough talent. And so you've got, and then I'd say the third one is, over here, the priority was speed and quality above anything else, right? And the person making the decision was really not technical. But when you have an economy that already has people that are experts, their price was much more important. Speed was second, and quality came after speed. Not to say that it was insignificant. And so we have seen these markets evolve at very different velocities. So today, for us, and we're in the double-digit tens of millions of dollars in the Middle East, in the GCC, it's growing at over 300% a year, 300% a quarter. And so you see that in just the sheer energy. When we did GITEX is a really good example. We saw 1.1 apps an hour.
Wow.
In a trade show. It's unheard of.
That's amazing. And that's the thing, those types of platforms and those type of events as well that bring sort of everyone together face to face as well. That's what sort of creates the magic, isn't it, really? Now, digital revolution also goes hand in hand with high risk. How would you advise to navigate these areas of change for different companies then? What's your main key pieces of advice?
Look, I think you have to understand why you're doing it. And you take the basket of customers and you split them into three. There are small businesses and micro businesses. There are entrepreneurs, and there are enterprise. Micro businesses are trying to build new revenue on an existing business. So their risk is what? It's an execution risk. Right? There's a fundamental business risk, like is there a small business? Do you need that restaurant or not, for example? Then there's a technology execution piece. But fundamentally, that's a sound business. So that's a different way of managing risk. And so you've got to work with the right partner, whether it's Builder.ai or someone else. The second is an entrepreneur. This is probably the most risky because you've got not only, you're building for a greenfield market. So you have an execution risk of product and technology. You've got a product market fit risk. You've got a capital allocation, capital raising risk. So there's threefold. I mean, again, the benefit of working with the right partner is like, you don't have to worry about who builds your kitchen because you know the kitchen's going to work. You don't have to worry about sitting in an Emirates flight because it always works. So you have to figure out the bits that you really want to own the risk on and just double down on those. And then you've got the enterprise where it's a department trying to digitally transform. So it is more an internal risk that money is being allocated to build optimization. Does the optimization actually yield the result?
So would you say that, it's constructive disruption that's needed going forward then? And how do you navigate that? How can you implement more constructive disruption then?
I think the biggest problem with the software industry is that it's really a lot like the oxidized jewelry industry. Right? It was always beauty in the eyes of the beholder. You met a great engineer, you met a great consultant, you met a great product manager, you got a great outcome. Any one of those was off, including the salesperson, and you're doomed, which is why 82% of these things failed, right? People tried to build software. I think that the difference now is to your point, constructive risk is really knowing where you want to take the risk. And then everywhere else, reducing it right down through working with best-in-class partners.
I wanted to get your take actually as well on the future trends we should be looking out for in 2023, as well as this tech winter as well that we're going through. However, just before we go through that, I want to get your take on Web 3.0 as well. Do you think that this is really going to change the way that we develop and interact with software going forward, especially when it comes to businesses as well?
So the official builder line on this is we think about technology coming in waves. And there was always this adoption curve, right? It was the early adopters, the late majority. Unfortunately, we used to call the last leg the laggards. And we fundamentally said we don't agree with this, right? Because a small business needs technology as much as a bleeding edge startup that's trying to build something in VR. The question is, why do they need it? And so whether it's Web 3, Web 4, we call it our WebX approach, right? And the WebX approach is that whatever comes in the future, it's got to be contextually relevant. So for a fashion brand retailer, augmented reality may be great for cosmetics. We've seen it, right? What Sephora's done. Why can't that be in every cosmetic store? But do you need to suddenly now have VR implemented in your restaurant? No. And so I think it's around the right context and the right implementation. A good example of this is blockchain. We've obviously seen the crypto winter more than the tech winter, to be honest. And we've lost sight of the fact that actually blockchain is extremely powerful as a decentralized register. But does your business need a decentralized register? Well, if you have 100 customers, no. And what are you selling them? Sandwiches. Why do they need a decentralized register? But yeah, if you're a municipality and you're trying to do property ledgers of ownership and you want people to be able to have that and you're trying to streamline it, that's a key asset that you would build. Mm-hmm. So to me, what you're going to now see is as everyone's becoming digitally native, the appropriate use of technology is more important than just the use of technology.
So do you think that Web 3.0 and the metaverse, for example, is going to become a reality? And how do you think businesses might integrate themselves into that? Do you think it will become a reality?
I think it will become a reality if it's contextually relevant to someone. Would we do this on mixed reality or VR? Probably not. Ultimately, human beings, we talk about sort of the 5 lines of communication. Only one is what's spoken. Emotion doesn't translate. Feelings don't translate. Looking at eyes, no matter how much you track the eyes, don't translate. I think the second is this stuff works well in the broad context when you have broad penetration of device. Today, we're far away from broad penetration of devices that will actually let you engage in VR. If you think about cell phone penetration or internet penetration, VR penetration is an order of magnitude less. And so will it do it in 10 years? Yes, but could holograms do a better job at meetings, right? Rather than a VR. It gives you the same experience of sort of being transported, but it's an actual person. So I think there's a bunch of question marks open. Do I think VR or mixed reality is going to be great for heart surgery? Yeah, absolutely, because you can overlay information, build precision. Might ask you the question, why aren't robots doing heart surgery in 10 years as opposed to a human that's augmented with VR? Right? And so to me, it comes down to context and appropriateness.
Let's move on over to this tech winter that has been spoken about quite a lot, actually, over the last couple of days here at the India Global Forum. The tech winter, are you feeling the chill? And when is spring going to come around? What are your thoughts on that?
So I have a really contrarian view into this in that I don't think it's a tech winter. Right? I think it's the calling of times, which is growing at any cost, not having unit economics, burning cash because that's fashionable, building businesses just to be a something corn, fundamentally is not the right approach. I always go back to what is the priority of a company? It's customers. What's the second priority? It's teams. What's the third priority? Raising its valuation or investors. And I give you a really strange analogy. So one of my mentors is a chap called Patrick Moratoglu, used to be Serena Williams' coach. And he always said to me, Sachin, you only focus on the inputs, not the outputs. He said, when you go onto a tennis court, you don't say, I want to win. You say, I'm going to focus on a split step. I'm going to bring the tennis racket to the center. I'm going to make sure I hit the ball in front. I'm going to make sure I run back to the center. And then winning is a natural output. In tech, we've moved away from winning being customer success, customer engagement, positive, building money, getting cash in, building profit, to how fast can we drive our valuation? And what you're seeing now is the market is correcting, which it always does for any extremity. It's a self-correction.
There are always ups and downs, aren't there? So let's talk about future disruptions and tech trends. What are you forecasting for 2023?
Do you know, I think 2023 is not so much into the future, but if we extended that to, say, 36 months, I have a fundamental view that the nature of software is going to change. Today, we think about software as something that has like an element of stasis to it, right? Oh, it's going to be around for like a year or 2 years or 6 months. Maybe for an event, a very small amount. I think the future of software is going to be, we may have an application that just helps us in this conversation. That's a piece of software that just got built on the fly for this conversation. The minute we stop talking and we go off stage, software's gone. I think about the future of software as where conversation becomes your artist's brush, and software is being built around as that conversation is happening, and its lifeline may be more than a minute or 5 minutes. I think about this idea that software will ultimately also help reduce wastage. You think about just inventory wastage. So that's why I love things like the ONDC and how in India they're building a centralized network for supply chain. Because now you don't have to have so much inventory across the retailer. The retailer's job is to retail, not to manage inventory. And reducing inventory wastage means you reduce CO2 emissions because you're farming less, you're being more efficient right the way down the funnel. So I think you're going to see a broad stroke, and then no conversation about the future can actually go on without having a discussion around sort of climate and how that makes an impact. And so I think you're going to see deep tech around this, how you remove plastics from the ocean. You're going to see work around how you can pull carbon dioxide out of the air. I think there's going to be in the next 3 to 5 years, and not so much for small businesses, but beyond, you're going to see a lot more technology being built for what happens when you're not on Earth, right? When you go beyond that.
Very exciting time ahead, and actually that's what we're going to be talking about next with our next guest is climate change and the food crisis. As he said, a very important subject there. It's been a great pleasure to speak with you. So it's gone so quickly, and sadly that's all we have time for. Thank you so much for getting us up to speed on tech disruption. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Lovely. Now, do not go away, as we will be back in just a few moments, as I mentioned, on whether tech can combat climate change and the food crisis with our next special guest. That's just after this.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon. We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon. We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back to the IGF Studio here on the sidelines of the India Global Forum UAE Week, which of course has been running all week here in Dubai. And today we are here live from the Taj Dubai, on the Palm, in fact. And welcome to Talking Tech with me, Laura Buckwell. Well, off the back of climate change, inflation, and an increase in population, which actually reached 8 billion people recently, the number of people facing acute food insecurity worldwide has now almost doubled. So, is tech the answer to climate change and the food crisis? Well, to answer this, I have a very special guest with me here today. It's a very warm welcome to Zada Haj. She's the co-founder and CEO of Dana Venture Builder, who has also made it onto the list of Forbes 30 Under 30. A very warm welcome. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Right, I thought I'd actually start our conversation with the topic conversation, and let's just go straight in there. Is tech the ultimate answer when it comes to climate change and the food crisis?
So actually regarding that, I would consider it as, is the green tech is the answer. Because if we are talking about tech only, we will face the same problems in 10 and 20 years later. But if we focus on green tech, on sustainable technologies, then I think, yes, it's the answer. When we want to focus on the impact that we create from these technologies, not only on the food security, but also on the environment. Because if we don't care of the environment today, we will not have food security in 100 years later, and 50 years later, and even in 20 years later.
And of course, they come hand in hand and they impact each other, don't they, going forward? So what about policies and regulation? Obviously, tech is what's going to solve the issue. But what else comes with that as well? What goes hand in hand with that?
I think the important topic of ESGs is very crucial, and it's still new to the market. And you need to educate the market, the investors, the corporates, to create a more sustainable economy and sustainable technology and sustainable ways of delivering solution without creating damages in the future. So if we want to forecast the problems of today's technology, we will find out that we are still not there. We're still not sustainable, even though if we are talking about renewable energy and other ways of biological pesticides, soil treatment, do we question ourselves how this current technology that is solving the current problems will create future problems? if we don't anticipate the future problems, we will keep being in the same circle of having insecurity, not only for our food system, but also for our planet and other creatures.
I was reading an article the other day, actually, and it said, in fact, we've actually got the technology to combat climate change and the food crisis. It's there. We've got it already. But actually, it's the policies and the people at the top that are actually the issue, because they're not implementing it, they're not doing the right thing. What's your take on that? Do you think the technology really is there, and who's responsible?
The responsibility is all on each of one of us. But when we talk about ESG, we're talking about how we can create new policies to promote and foster the way the corporates and the big industry leaders can create the real change and the significant change in our way of consumption, of recycling, of creating a new direction for our consumers to think and to be aware of these products. So the policy, it goes for the governments. As we see, the government of the UAE is trying to push very hard through more sustainable industries, more sustainable economy, and the food system. But it has to be a global collaboration between the nations, all nations, because we have only one planet. And creating policies among governments can create a real change among the private sector. But still, I think the policies can come from the private sector as well. If each company from the private sector can take responsibility on itself to create a more ESG strategy for its culture and for its future strategies, it can create a huge difference in each country's way of thinking among green technology and sustainability.
Well, these types of elements and environmental wellness and being good to the environment, they are all sort of ingrained in a lot of companies nowadays anyway, aren't they? Because I mean, that's the shift that's happening at the moment. Obviously, we're not quite there yet, though, are we? What's your take on that?
To be honest, we are in a bit of a mystery times of how this green revolution need to become, and we have the greenwashing. Many companies are trying to push among green, but they are not really green, and this is the real problem. Are we really going into the direction of green technologies, or it's a greenwashing for the big corporates? Because when you talk about big corporates that they are operating for 20, 30, 50 years, it's very hard to make this transition into a greener way of thinking, creating, and making business. But still, among the ESG, even in the European countries, in the US, in the Middle East, many corporates doesn't really know how to measure, and based on what we need to measure our impact, based on what we need to measure our sustainability. If we are creating sustainability in soil treatment, do we create sustainability also on the energy field? It's always like a chicken and an egg that we are still, all the nations are learning together how we can really measure the sustainability and the green revolution to get to a better future and a greener future for us all.
I suppose, yeah, as you said, it's not a matter of just ticking a box to say that you're green. You actually have to make sure that you implement the right technology and decisions going forward, of course. Very quickly as well, I didn't give you much of an introduction in terms of what your company does. So tell us a little bit more about what Dana's role is when it comes to food security.
We first of all, our first ultimate goal is to get women on the forefront of the green revolution, and especially in the food security. In our motherhood, I still don't have children, but we have this instinct of thinking of our children and the future of our children. And that's where we believe that women are the best fit to think about the future and the food security for the future generations. So this is our ultimate goal, to promote women tech startups that deals in agri-tech, food security, food tech, renewable energy, and circular economy. We work among all over the region, and we think the region is a kind of a global beta site where all countries can learn from this region, because we already have the desert, we already have the lack of resources, and if we create the solution from here, it can fit anywhere in the world.
Wow, that's really interesting, especially from coming from this region. That's super interesting. What about this role of women, as you were mentioning? I mean, we've got the Women in Leadership Forum actually coming up tomorrow, which I think we're going to be sharing the stage again tomorrow, which is very exciting. Tell us a little bit more about the biggest concerns then around food security within the MENA region.
As we all know, the global warming is getting to each of our house and tables, and it will hit us all eventually. But the most affected regions is our region, is the MENA region, is the deserts in our region, and the cities like Dubai. Unfortunately, it will be inhabited if we don't create a better solution today. So the creation of sustainable technologies, green technologies, can really save many lives. I'm talking about millions of lives of people in Africa, even here in the GCC, that can really get to a place where you can have the food security on the one hand, but you still can imagine that there is a real future. It can get to an illusion in somehow, if you want to think only about today and then only about our region. In the future, we might face a deeper and a more significant problem. And the role of our region to save our food security is saving millions of lives. And our region will be one of the most affected regions from the global warming. So the food security needs to be tackled from a green way and a sustainable way, but also equality, because women and children will pay the highest prices for food insecurity in our region.
Let's move on to impact investing. For those who might not know exactly what it is, tell us more about what impact investing is and some of the misconceptions around it as well.
Absolutely. It's my favorite topic, impact investing. Actually, impact investing is to invest while you are measuring also your ROI, return on investment, but as well as I call it, return on impact. So we need to think of, if I want to make $10x million on my investment, I need to think of 10x lives I'm saving or feeding or facilitating energy to them or electricity or anything else that can promote their lives and give them equal life as others. So impact investing is like a more gray area of investors themselves. Still don't know how to create a model of impact investing, because usually people think impact investing is more philanthropy, but no, it's not. It's 1,000, let's say $10 million ROI. It needs to be equal 10 million people has food on their table. This is the formula of impact investing. And in our region, and actually globally, it's only 2% of global investing is deployed for impact investing. Only 2%. It's shame on us as humans.
Why is it so low, and why is there so much misconception around it?
Because you need to educate the market, which is the most difficult part. When it comes to educate the investors themselves doesn't know how to measure impact. We needed to create models and policies, as you mentioned in the beginning, to deploy capital based on impact and not only on our return on investment and money aspect.
So is impacting investment gaining any sort of traction, though? Is it becoming a bit more popular? What sort of awareness needs to be made off the back of it?
So, you know, in my belief, bad things happens, but eventually it might have outcome of good things, which is COVID. What happened with COVID has transformed and led the region to think more forward, sustainable and impact investing models. And this is what's happening. As you see, in last 2 years, there was a huge scale in the impact investing, because people realized if they want to invest their money and only make money of that, they will not have money at all in the future, and not even food on their table in the future. So now what's happening in the region, you are like, or internationally, you're not relevant if you don't invest impact investing or gender lens investing, which is two topics that investors, in my opinion, should consider. If you want to stay relevant in the market, you should consider impact investing.
I mean, mindsets really have changed, as you mentioned, just off the back of the pandemic. Of course, we have climate very much and environmental wellness very much the forefront of our minds now. How do we get investors to look at the bigger picture then? What's the solution?
You know, investors, when you want to talk about investors, the mindset is how to create money from my investment. So I think the best way is to show them how impact investing worth investing. While adding on that, you can show them the impact, the real impact that they will make to the humanity or to the planet Earth. But when we talk about women in gender lens investing, the global economy is losing about $3 trillion a year of not engaging women in the tech scene and the entrepreneurial tech scene. So if we think about it the opposite way, how if we include women, so impact investing or gender lens investing can say, if you have one woman at least in your team, I will invest in you and you are sustainable technology, then you are creating a better way of profits, and even you are making more profits than others, because women fundraise less money and make more money on their investments for their investors.
I mean, that is a shocking figure, and I'm just so surprised that people don't understand that yet. But we're going to be talking a lot more in depth about that tomorrow, as I said, at the Women's Leadership Forum. Very quickly, we've only got a couple of minutes left. What is your sort of number one piece of advice for SME tech companies that are wanting to go into this space and to find investment as well? How should they grow, and what should they sort of look for when it comes to an investor, and vice versa? What should an investor look for as well, in just a couple of minutes?
I think the best thing in being a startup or a small fast-growing company is really that you can create the culture already today, the culture of ESG, the culture of focusing on the SDGs. And this is my ultimate advice of, as if I were them, I just go and integrate a serious culture of ESG strategy among every employee, not only the senior ones, because it's a mission of each one of us in this planet.
Sadly, that is all we've got time for. It's been so wonderful to sit down with you. Thank you so much for sharing with us and all your knowledge as well. It's been fascinating. Thank you so much. Wonderful to have you here. Thank you. Well, we are going to go into more detail on climate change a little bit later on with Edie Lush, who's coming up later, as I mentioned. However, do not go away, as in just a few moments' time, we will be sitting down with our next guest, Umang Bedi, who's the co-founder of Verse Innovation India, on what's in store for the next year. So please do stay with us.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum.
Welcome back. We move on now to our next topic here on tech trends at the IGF Studio, and we're now going to take a look at what is in store for 2023. And it's a great pleasure to be joined by our next guest. It's a very warm welcome to the co-founder of Verse Innovation. It's Umang Bedi.
Thank you so much for having me, Laura. It's an absolute pleasure.
It's wonderful to have you here. And thank you so much for joining once again. You've been at a number of the India Global Forums around the world, of course, as well. Well, I wanted to start off with what you spoke about yesterday, which was media and tech, and looking through the world, looking at the world through a different lens. So tell us a little bit more about that, as well as maybe give us a current view of the current media tech landscape when it comes to the UAE and India as well.
Yeah. So I think, if you look at the macroeconomic world that we're living in, we're definitely seeing a lot of disruption, right? There's disruption around capital markets, there's disruption around public markets, there's disruption around private markets, and at the heart of this disruption, in my mind, is massive opportunity. On one side, you could argue that, things are getting real. During the COVID period, inflation had peaked up, consumer spending had peaked up, time spent on media and tech had peaked at unprecedented levels, right? Every single metric in the book had peaked, whether you were a public company or a private company. And now you could actually argue that this is a correction of sorts that was bound to happen from a macroeconomic standpoint. But I think the companies and the sectors that will really lead and capitalize on this opportunity are the ones that can do this efficiently, not by burning capital, but by building solid, profitable businesses. We see about 5 key areas which is going to be pivotal in this next, I would say, the next 2 to 3 years, right? The first is really around 5G. We think 5G is going to disrupt the planet in terms of connectivity. You know, if you look at the speed of internet in the room that we are in right now, it's about 100 Mbps if you check it right now. Whereas 5G can get you up to a terabyte, right? Or 800 gigs. And that's really fast with extremely low latency. It has already been used by 1 billion people on the planet. And by 2027, 3/4 of the connected community in the world will be on 5G. So if you just gaze into the future and think what's going to happen about the experiences that we are used to, whether it's communications, whether it's entertainment, whether it's gaming, whether it's education, healthcare can reach the most remotest of areas, learning, right? All of these are disruptions that are going to create massive value. You know, PwC predicts that it will be around $14 trillion worth of value that will be created in 2027 alone. When I look at India, I think that's at least $1 trillion of value getting created with millions of jobs just due to 5G. So I'm pretty excited about that one macro trend. The second thing that I'm really excited about is, as an extension of riding over that data pipe, is the way video and commerce is getting disrupted. And I think whether you're a commerce company or a content company, the lines are slowly blurring. The lines between advertising and commerce are blurring. And at the epicenter of this is the influencer. We're already seeing influencers in the US build billion-dollar companies with not just billion-dollar valuations, but with $1 billion in sales. And that's pretty exciting because now every brand need not reach out to a celebrity, but you're really driving earned media through an influencer platform. What we're seeing in India with our short video platform on Josh is, one, we've seen explosive growth, but we've also seen the content pivot. It started with, you know, lip syncing, dance, entertainment, all the fun genres, but now is moving to more educational elements, you know, DIY hacks. A lot of new genres that are educative and informative. You know, a little bit of news as well, breaking events. And so we think that when you marry that with influencers, there is a huge opportunity to grow brand and grow proliferation. But we think that over the next 3 to 4 years, today about $500 billion around the world is happening on social commerce. That's going to triple to about 1.5 trillion. So 20% of all commerce that will happen digitally in the next 3 years will be driven through social and video platforms. And that's pretty exciting in terms of an opportunity which one should capitalize on.
Some incredible opportunities. What does this mean for Web 3.0, especially 5G? I mean, it's going to disrupt the whole sector. How soon can we see ourselves within Web 3.0, as well as the metaverse, for example, as well?
So that's a great question. I think Web 3.0 has kind of got discolored a bit with different governments around the world having a view on cryptocurrency. And what's happened in the recent past isn't a great indicator of what that is. But I think Web 3 is a little beyond that. What I'm excited about Web 3 are fundamental operating principles. And those operating principles are decentralization. No one has power. It's a complete decentralized economy. There's blockchain and AI, where there's no central unit of power. And the third is really around utmost privacy. And that's kind of lacking when you think about social media today. So that's what's exciting. But when you think about how 5G is going to transform it, I think it's going to make it accessible in terms of getting to that experience, but it's not democratizing it. So, today, if you really want to experience a metaversial 3D experience, you're going to have to wear a large AR headset. Those headsets are around $300 to $400. They're highly inaccessible. And so I think the opportunity really lies wherein, platforms like ours are working on tech wherein you can actually have an immersive 3D experience, like you're in the metaverse in this room, right? I could be virtual here. You could beam me in. But that's experienced through a browser on a mobile phone. Now, the opportunity there, or the lack of, the current constraints are the amount of load that it puts onto the back-end compute, which is multifold higher, and the amount of load that it puts on bandwidth. So 5G is going to solve the bandwidth problem. We still need to solve the back-end compute problem. But by Moore's law, every 18 months, the power of devices and their costs, costs come exponentially down, power exponentially increases. So I'm a believer that the metaverse coupled with 5G is going to democratize the ability to gain immersive experiences. I'm waiting for the day where true democratization happens, that you're not dependent on a third-party headset. And I think that's when the technology really becomes ubiquitous and impacts mankind.
That's when it's going to get exciting, basically.
Totally.
The only way I could understand the metaverse, I'm very lucky I've got a 9-year-old son, and so he plays all these computer games.
Yes.
And so that is basically a prototype of exactly what the metaverse is going to be, and it's going to be amazing.
It is.
Apparently.
It is, absolutely.
Anyway, in the meantime, let's talk about short-form video content. How is that going to slot in? What's going to happen to that segment? Because of course that's very much about what you do as well. Tell us a little bit more about Josh as well.
So, we run 3 platforms in the form of a family of apps. Our native platform, or our first platform, was Daily Hunt. It is India's largest local language news and infotainment platform that we've also launched into 6 countries in the Middle East region most recently.
Great. Okay.
We aggregate content from over 150,000 creators in 17 different local languages, including Arabic here. And we use a lot of AI to drive personal recommendations on feed to keep people informed around newsworthy and infotainment-based content. Today, we already serve over 300 million users on that platform, half of which come back every day. And that business has grown kind of exponentially and is EBITDA positive and is generating cash. The new kid on the block, and it's not really new, it's been 2 years and 3 months, is Josh. So on the back of the China app ban in India, we realized that short-form video has become a real need. There are 2 kinds of experiences, Laura. One is what I call lean-back experiences and lean forward. You lean back when you're watching a movie or a television show or a sports game because you have about 45 minutes to an hour plus to experience that. But when you're on the move, you're on the go, and you're looking for snackable information or entertainment, short form becomes highly addictive. It is an expensive business because you need to really curate a bunch of creators creating high quality content on the fly. That encourages millions of user-generated content to come in. You got to develop an understanding of that content and then serve it basis a user's interaction without having any manual tagging in the middle. So there's a lot of tech. Leaving the tech aside, I think the opportunities are immense. We're seeing 3 big opportunities. One, to really have brands connect with audiences organically without advertising. I think advertising is going to morph itself into an area of influence. And that's where the influencers come in. The second thing that we're doing and we're seeing is we've built out what we believe is now the world's largest tech-driven marketplace where we connect brands with influencers. And these need not be top-end celebrities. These could be young kids having following across various social media platforms between 10,000 to 1 million or 1 million plus. Wow. And they drive a lot of organic word of mouth for the brands. The third big area that we're seeing is commerce. And we're seeing that there is an ability for brands and influencers to drive virtual gifting as well as drive real product off shelf. So I think over what the last 2 years has proven, to the point that you made, that it has garnered a lot of attention and time. People are spending over an hour a day on short form video. In China, that number is 2.5 hours a day. It's insane, right? I think the world is still catching up. We're seeing that similar trend in India, but now we're seeing a serious phase of monetization for our business, and that's growing about 3 to 4 times faster than what our historical revenues were on Daily Hunt, because the channels of revenue are more than just advertising.
And as you said, there are great opportunities there because obviously you've got the entertainment aspects and all the sort of kids watching these short form videos for fun and things. Then you've got the education aspects where I actually went to an HR summit the other day and they said that short form video is the best way to engage in information and actually retain information is through short form videos. So it can be used for both, I suppose. Very quickly, we only have about sort of 5 minutes left. I wanted your take on the potential recession that's coming up globally in 2023. How are we going to navigate this?
So, I was talking to someone in the US recently who's one of the chief economic advisors to, a particular constituency within the government. What I learned was 3 things. One, that the US is slow dancing itself towards a full-fledged recession. There was so much, quantitative easing, in terms of printing of bills, that it has inflated the economy, and every rise that are being made by federal banks around the world is not going to be enough. And so I think by same time next year, we are going to see ourselves, once the US is in recession, it impacts the rest of the world because we do live in a globalized environment. I think three things for startups, companies, businesses is one, make your business real. I think there is no room for vanity metrics. There is room for hardcore EBITDA generating, unit economic positive businesses at slower growth. I don't think markets are going to reward you or punish you for slower growth, but they are going to punish you if you aren't proving profitability, right? So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is try and ensure that you have a 2 to 3 year runway for your business, because this could take a little bit of time to come back. And I think the third piece, every downturn is an opportunity. And I think entrepreneurs around the world are best positioned to capitalize on it, because there could be a lot of innovation. Innovation is driven when you're starved of resources, and you don't have the luxury of money and capital and 100 other things. And I think this is going to be a very interesting phase. So when you think about 5G, when you think about green tech, when you think about video and commerce, when you think about the metaverse, Web 3.0, AI, I think a lot of disruption would be done by smart entrepreneurs to build long-term value creating businesses, and I'm excited about that.
So do you think there's still going to be continuous investment in tech companies and different types of technology as well, next year especially?
So I see a lot of investment coming to early stage companies with innovative ideas, because the amount of capital being put in is less. There's a higher spread of the risk for investors. If you're a hardcore private growth stage capital company, unless you're proving positive unit economics, I think you would be impacted. And I think with the fall in public markets, like we are seeing in NASDAQ, investors around the world are indexing to average out their price, right? So that their books kind of get recapitalized in terms of where you are. So it depends where you are in that stage. Are you an early stage startup? Are you a late stage growth company? Or are you public? I think all three can attract capital, but they have to have the right business fundamentals in play. But I'm bullish. I think it's not going to be as bad if you really innovate and drive value for your stakeholders.
Good news then.
Yes.
Finally, a little bit of good news anyway. Right, just in the last minute, what are your top forecasts for 2023 then? What are your top forecasts? We mentioned a few at the beginning, but just to wrap up, what is your final sort of key highlights?
I think the key highlights for me would be build unit positive, unit economics positive and EBITDA focused businesses, make it real. The second is really capitalize on three big opportunities. I think 5G, video, commerce, more performance-based advertising and influencers, I think is going to be a really key part in the creator economy. And the third is, I think for startups that are really looking into clean tech, environment, climate change, green tech, the opportunity is now, right? It couldn't be bigger. So those are the areas and themes that I would focus on.
Well, you've heard it here first. We cannot thank you enough for joining us here in the IGF studio. Thank you so much once again. Umang Bedi, thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you to our studio.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Imagine a world where modern comfort meets timeless elegance, and where daily rituals elevate your here and now, transforming the mundane into exotic. exotic side of life.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and...
Hello, welcome to the IGF Studio. I'm Mark Barton. Fantastic to be joining you for this hour, The World Uncut, with Mark Barton. Opportunities in a conflicted world. Yes, we are streaming live across the world today via, yes, in Dubai, the Taj Exotica, via, of course, our media partners. If you want to do the social thing, hashtag IGF UAE, and if you want to tweet or use whatever handle you fancy at IGF Updates to tell the world about this hour. This wonderful hour, The World Uncut with me, opportunities in a conflicted world. We're going to start off with democratizing global supply. Mr. Gopala, Global Leader of Supply Chain and Logistics Practice at Frost & Sullivan, is here, as is Amadou Diallo, CEO of DHL Global Forwarding, Middle East and Africa, DHL Express UAE. Gentlemen, good to see you. Let's start with the simple stuff, shall we, Gopal? What does it mean, democratizing the global supply chain? Break it down for us.
Yep. Thanks, Mark. Good to see you, Amadou. So essentially what democratizing the supply chain means is to ensure that the supply chain services, tools, technology, and data is available to increasingly a lot more companies, not just the large corporations. This is essentially what democratization is all about. And particularly this picked up more so in a post-COVID environment because digitization, we would say that has been accelerated, by COVID. Technologies have always existed, but in a post-COVID environment, it just got accelerated.
Yeah. How do you view it, Amadou, this supply chain that clearly needs to be democratized?
First of all, happy to have all of you in Dubai, which is the place where everything gets democratized. For us, DHL stands for a purpose that is called connecting people, improving lives, and that is extremely valid in our own region because we have roughly around 1.6 billion people living in the region here, in Middle East and Africa region. And you have a lot of underprivileged, not yet included entrepreneurs that are operating in most of our countries. Yeah. You go to Ethiopia, you go to Tanzania, Madagascar, and all of these places. And therefore, for us, democratizing supply chain means giving access to millions of entrepreneurs that have been disconsidered or disregarded so far to be able to participate in global trade. It means giving a lot of countries access for them to be able to build up logistics infrastructure like you have now seen in Egypt, in Somaliland, in Angola, in Dakar, in many different places. But more so, it means making sure that opportunities that were just anchored in Asia, that they are slowly moving towards all of those countries. So, you used to have 72% of all of our clothes coming from places like China. And China being closed for a long time means that there are opportunities for entrepreneurs that are in the fashion industry in India, but also here in the Gulf, in Egypt, in Madagascar, in Mauritius, in many different places in Togo, to be able to subset and replace those suppliers and participate into global trade. So democratizing supply chain means including much more people into making the world a better place.
Inclusivity. So it seems to be availability, accessibility, inclusivity as well. So let's Gopal, talk about the disruptions that led to the need to democratize it. So we understand now what democratizing it means, but what were the disruptions, you touched on COVID-19, that led to this need to democratize it?
I think fundamentally, I think COVID has had a significant impact. Right, number one. technologies have always existed, but the acceleration of those technologies and the availability of those technologies spread to a lot more of the medium and small enterprises in a post-COVID environment. Like Amadou was mentioning, the accessibility started increasing because also the ecosystem started favoring not just the large companies, but also the medium and small companies, because what if the large companies fall, right? Medium and small companies are critical for the economic growth.
They're the lifeblood of every economy, aren't
Exactly, because if you look at most emerging economies, at least about 98% of the number of establishments is SMEs. So that's very essential. So now the ecosystem started developing in terms of investors, in terms of the country, the technology. So I would say the three things. One is the pandemic was an accelerator.
Yeah.
Second was the technology, availability of the technology. And the third is in terms of the ecosystem, which is the government, the funding. So these three, I would say, have been the main triggers for the disruption.
Are there any other triggers that weren't touched on there, Amadou? So pandemic, tech, and ecosystem.
So I think that first of all, it starts with the envy and passion of a lot of young people that are living in our region. So you have a lot of young entrepreneurs. So today I'm dressed up, unlike both of you, I'm dressed up from Calcutta, from young entrepreneurs that are based in Calcutta.
I wish I was wearing that.
Well, you
this
don't
is
have
restrictive.
We can connect you with our e-commerce division. And the second thing besides the digitization is really the development of e-commerce. So being able to have access to technology platforms so that you can provide solutions and services that is accessible to everybody across the globe is an opportunity of people that are entrepreneurs in our small countries to make a buck. It is an opportunity for us as logistics companies to start providing services to future entrepreneurs that will become larger MNCs, we hope so. And thirdly, it is giving really access to people that are sitting in places like Rio or sitting in Germany, giving them access to solutions and products that are produced out of markets which they never touched before. So first of all, it is exotic for them because they're getting into some innovative products. Secondly, I call it, in our region, it is hot and spicy. It is less fade, than if you're ordering from the same suppliers all the time, because then you don't have a lot of changes. And lastly, it's more colorful because it makes life much more enjoyable, because then you're really providing and buying solutions from young entrepreneurs that are based in Rwanda, young entrepreneurs that are based in Mauritius or in Zimbabwe that you would never face before because they didn't have the access to technology. So the technology and e-commerce solutions that are provided are making sure that all of these customers have access. Secondly, you have fintech that has been developing pretty well. So we have, in Africa, we have roughly around 5,200 fintech companies that have emerged. And with the digital payment and transfer of money become less complicated. That means that we're really simplifying the world. And that has emerged out of the challenges of some countries being closed because they were afraid. Some other countries being super closed because they are in political conflict. And a lot of young entrepreneurs who are hungry and passionate opening the window and getting through it.
Yep.
It's interesting you touch on fintech. We did a panel yesterday called Has Fintech reached a saturation point? It's a bit of a touchy topic, isn't it? It's meant to, engender discussion. It's interesting though, looking at different markets, especially developed and developing. How would you answer that?
So I think that for people of our generation that have been going to the bank office and then talking to some bank officers and then having these nice conversations, it is still like something that we have in our DNA. If I take the new generation, they don't care about going to any office of a bank, so they have really the smart tools that they're utilizing, and the easier access they get, the better the transaction they have. And if the customer experience is given, then they don't need to create all the banking facilities and infrastructure that used to exist before. So if you go in my country, in Senegal, you go in some villages, they have never seen a bank in their life, and they will not need it because they have just leapfrogged,
Yeah.
So the bank is in the smart device that they're utilizing.
Who are you supporting in the World Cup? Now that
I'm
Senegal...
supporting Morocco.
Yeah.
I'm supporting Morocco, the Lions of the Atlas, and we will beat the French. We love France, but we will beat the French and then visit the country.
There's an audience, by the way. We've woken them up.
Root for Morocco.
Football.
Yeah,
So in Morocco is going to beat France. You're feeling good?
So I can tell you, Morocco started beating France when they started implementing the automotive platform in Tangier Met. Now 600,000 cars that are French branded are produced in Morocco.
Yeah.
Secondly, the port of Tangier is the fastest growing port in our entire region. Because we have infrastructure, and they are now going to be providing solutions to all the West African countries so that we can have access to affordable cars, access to affordable energy, and be able to participate in global trade. So, root for Morocco.
How are you feeling, Gopal? Is it Morocco? Is it France? Who's going to take this World Cup trophy? Or Argentina?
Yeah. I think I'll support Amadou here on this one.
Yeah, you should.
Because it's better so, because otherwise we'll be fighting, bro.
There is a lot of keen interest to look at one of the Arab countries come up to the top. So that's a very interesting phenomenon. The fact that it's happening in the region.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's see. I just want to go back, Mark, on the point that you mentioned about the fintech saturation.
Yes.
Looking at the kind of growth and the fact that a lot of SMEs are just into the game, like whether it is Asia Pacific or the Middle East or even Africa for that matter, I would say that the fintech, the penetration still opportunities exist from a developing markets perspective. So probably in the developed markets, you may probably see those as hitting a little bit of a saturation level. But reality is there is a huge market opportunity in the developing world, Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific, and so on. So I would say it is still in a very early stage as far as fintech is concerned.
So what's next? Let's look to the future. We've talked about democratizing the supply chain. We've talked about the disruptions that led to the need to democratizing it. And we've talked about why Morocco is going to win the World Cup. Where is all this leading, Amadou?
Well, so when we talked about fintech, and it is really about including a lot of people that were excluded of the banking system to be participating in a banking system that is supported by technology. Similarly, you have still around 500 to 600 million people who don't have access to affordable energy. And there's infrastructure that is being put in place so that they have access to affordable energy. And affordable energy means competitivity in terms of being able to have industrial platforms in many of our countries in the region here. So that is something that is happening as a big trend. And lastly, if you have affordable energy and we have well-educated young people who have access to information, then it gives them an opportunity to be eager to compete. It gives them an opportunity to be eager to create platforms of jobs. We have still over 700 million people who need to access to all those platforms. And it will give the world a diversified approach as to where they want to source, what they want to source in a more sustainable way. And for me and my continent, it means that all of my 1.4 billion people that are living there from Morocco down to South Africa and Zimbabwe, that will have a much better life in the future. And so that's really a bright future for us. So we look at it as a challenge, if you look at it from Europe. But I look at it as an opportunity because even the European will have a lot of customers that they can then service. And I hope that they would also join the fintech instead of sitting in these old-styled, outrooted, grey-haired processes that are not really relevant anymore.
Yes, well said. Gopal, what do you think?
Yep.
Where is all this leading?
So, Mark, if you see today's innovation, specifically from a supply chain perspective, there are a lot of pockets, and quite a few innovations are very centric from a region or a geographic perspective, whether it is within India or within UAE or within Saudi. People are looking at the inefficiencies and then creating a small solution out of it. Technology is coming in handy. The cost of technology is low. The cost of subscription is low consequently, and so on and so forth. But when you start to look at this, plot this over a period of 3 to 5 years, you will start seeing that people are not building economies of scale. One of the fundamental points about the logistics business is that you need economies of scale to be profitable. So you would actually notice that over the next maybe 3 to 5 years, you would see that the solutions of homogeneous nature needs to come together so that they are not small anymore, So that's why you will actually see that in this democratization, this is a path which leads to more of a M&A kind of a perspective, where homogeneous solutions will be coming together, and you will see these services being added on. Like I say, whether it is fintech, whether it is e-commerce, whether it is last mile delivery, things would come together, and they would actually they may actually take on a larger existing service provider who's a brick and mortar player. So this is something that you can foresee probably in the next 5 years.
Economies of scale, do you see the same thing, Amadou?
I think that, so if you want to work in a connected world, because it's all about collaboration right now. So it's true that we have a lot of innovation that are happening in many different places. We just opened an innovation center here in Dubai South. And we believe that, with the power of imagination and with the accelerated education that we have in our market, there are real opportunities to diversify the service and product offering in the globe. There are real opportunities to be able to feed the 8 billion people that exist in the globe. We should not forget that the most arable places are in our region.
Yep.
And there are more opportunities to experience leapfrogging and technologies, because if you see what is happening in Dubai, what is happening in Qatar, what is happening in Riyadh, you go in Tangier, you go in South Africa, in Dhaka, in Cairo, so you see there are a lot of changes that are happening, and I can only invite you to go and visit Rwanda to see the tech hub that is put in place there, to see that the gravity, the center of gravity of the planet is going back to where it used to be. It's going back to Africa.
Amadou, Gopal, what a fantastic start to this wonderful hour, The World Uncut with me, Mark Barton. Opportunities in a conflicted world. Up next, we've got I2U2, new alignment for new opportunities. We'll see you in just a second.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back. Good to see you all. The World Uncut with Mark Barton. Opportunities in a conflicted world. We've done democratizing global supply. Tick. Let's put a tick next to I2U2. New alignment for new opportunities. Dana Filbers here, Deputy Consul General, Consulate General of Israel in Dubai, Government of Israel, and Dr. Aman Puri, Consul General of India, Consulate General of India in Dubai, Government of India. Thank you both for joining me today. It's an amazing alignment, isn't it, to I2U2? And what it does is it brings together a unique set of countries to tackle many common challenges. Dana, if I can start with you, what do you think have been the key drivers in bringing this forum into existence?
Well, I think that the I2U2 is actually a partnership between friends.
Israel has a long-time friendship with India and the US, and a new and warm one with the UAE. And I think that's the base. On top of that, those are countries that are really like-minded and chose to cooperate. It's a coalition of willing, if you want. So I think that is the basis for that.
I like that, a coalition of willing. I write down all the wonderful things I hear, then I put them onto T-shirts, and then I sell them for $20. Aman, what are the drivers in bringing this wonderful forum together?
So with the signing of the historic Abraham Accords between UAE and Israel, the two countries built the foundation for peace in the Middle East. And I think that is something which the global community must applaud, must recognize, and must celebrate. India has been a strategic partner with Israel. The first country with which UAE signed the comprehensive strategic partnership was India. And all the three countries have a very close and deep relationship with the United States. So yes, it is an intergovernmental forum, economic forum, bringing the energy, the collective energy of all these four countries to address global challenges, transnational challenges.
So what are the goals, Dana? Yes, we're going to address common challenges. It's all sort of high level, lofty, which we love. But let's dig in. What are the main goals of this forum? What would you say, success looks like?
I think that this forum is wishing to tackle some of our most severe issues, both globally and regionally, regarding water, food security, energy, and so on. So those are the main goals, which are actually the hot fields of the economic in the 21st century, actually. Us as Israel, we also wish for other countries and other partners to see that example and to say, we want that. We want to do coalitions that will look like that and to have partnerships with one another.
Yeah, and I'm going to ask you a bit later about the possibilities of maybe new coalitions. So, but the goals we've cited, so within those goals which have been cited, what does success look like?
Yes, as Dana mentioned, we have certain priority areas.
Yes.
And we've picked up 6 priority areas currently, which is water, energy, transportation, space, health, and food security. And the goal of the 4 governments is to channelize private sector investment and expertise in addressing these transnational challenges.
Yeah. So coming back to the new areas of corporations, you've got those 6 goals, those 6 areas of collaboration. What new areas, Dana, of cooperation might we see between I2U2?
Well, we have 2 projects that are already went ahead, but we wish to offer new ones. We as Israel, we like to suggest projects around space and really innovative technologies, and we are hoping to do that soon, to offer more projects and for them to be accepted as part of the I2U2 partnership.
And what do you think on the cooperation front? What other areas of cooperation might we see?
So as you know, you're aware that all these 4 countries have huge strength in innovation and technology.
Yeah.
So one of the projects which is being brought on the table by India is the setting up of the world's largest incubator with the support of all these 4 countries.
Yeah, and tell us what this incubator is trying to achieve.
So it's still a work in progress.
Yeah.
But we intend to create a platform where experts from all these 4 countries could start working together, where we could co-create the disruption and the innovation required to address global challenges, and in the process create new unicorns, create value for all these 4 countries.
Yeah, and the successes so far, as you say, there's been a couple of projects, investments in India, haven't there, Dana?
Yes, there is the food corridor in India, which we are aiming to have food parks. Will integrate also food tech and agri-tech, as well as an energy project of clean energy using wind, also based in India, and actually cooperates technologies from the US, the UAE, Israel, and of course India as well.
Yeah, yeah. What does, there's 4 countries. What about each country, the countries that you both represent? What do you each aim to take away from this forum, from I2U2, from a individual, unique standpoint, Aman?
Yeah, like Dana mentioned, we've got the announcement of the $2 billion food parks project. Now, this is going to be the integrated food park set up in India, and of course, the solar and wind power project. So likewise, we'll be bringing several projects in these priority areas. Obviously, they'll be set up in all these 4 economies and these 4 geographies. It will truly benefit our private sector, our youngsters, our disruptors and the innovators, find new avenues, accessing capital, accessing technology and innovation from these partner countries.
Yeah, and delve a bit deeper, I mean, because that's, yes, you'll benefit from investing in India, but you specifically, your nation specifically, how else are you hoping to utilize the experience, the knowledge of these other 3 partners?
So we all know that Israel is an innovation powerhouse, investing close to 5% of its GDP into innovation, into R&D. UAE is an amazing strategic location, the ease of doing business, the speed of doing business, hosting the largest Indian community anywhere in the world. 1 out of 3 individuals living in the UAE are Indian nationals. So that is a huge area of strength which we can kind of leverage on. US is world's largest economy, source of technology, innovation, which we can tap into. And what I feel is that when these 4 countries come together, we can achieve far more than what we would be able to do bilaterally.
Is there a sense, Aman, that maybe one country is benefiting more than the others? Is the nature of these collaborations, maybe there are 4 nations, maybe one initially benefits more? Does it sort of work like that? How would you answer that?
Not at all. I mean, as Dana mentioned, it is something which we are all voluntarily, combining our forces to collaborate and partner. So each of the countries is going to be benefiting from each of these projects, to be honest. It's just that these 2 initial projects have been announced in July of this year. And I must add, Mark, that this I2U2 framework was announced in the October of last year. So it's been a little over 1 year. And look at the success of this, multilateral forum. I mean, in the first 6, 7, 8 months, we've been able to announce specific, concrete projects. And this is just the beginning. Now we'll be seeing projects announced in the UAE, in Israel, in the US.
I suppose that's what I'm getting at. That's what we're going to see, aren't we, Dana? We're going to see further projects. It's not just going to be India-centric, even though I know that all nations are taking part in those projects.
Well, it's just due to the fact that the first projects needed space and needed land. And while Israel don't have that many of that, India has it. And that's a really win-win situation. Each country will benefit what she needs and will give what she can. And that's the core of the partnership.
Yeah. How does I2U2, Dana, fit into your vision for the region's future?
Well, Israel post-Abraham Accords is a new dynamic partner and player in the region. And we hope for the I2U2 will actually open more opportunities for Israel in the region with more friends and partners. We also hope that we will be able to solve, as I said, some of the regional challenges and to show the region that coming together you can build new things and you can find cooperation, because I think that the region share some of the same issues and worries, actually.
You would concur with that? Does that fit in with your vision of the region's future?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And like you mentioned, these projects in India, you'd probably agree with me that, we find enough Indians living in the US, living in the UAE, and of course a few living in Israel as well, contributing to those economies, right? We don't see enough of Israelis and Emiratis and Americans living and engaging with their Indian counterparts in India and, working together. So perhaps that's something which we can catalyze.
Yeah. And you think that will happen? You'll be able to catalyze that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah. And you started off, Dana, by saying maybe this could be the forerunner to further collaborations, regional bodies coming together. Do you really think that that will happen? In a world that seems to be splintering, we might see more partnerships like I2U2.
Yes, I believe so, and I hope so. I think that the COVID taught us that economical stability and growth is a key element to every country. And countries are starting to realize that cooperation is the key to have that growth and stability. And also we can see, again, after the Abraham Accords, the partnership between Israel and the UAE, the economical one, it's almost, I think, $1.8 billion of trade between the two countries only in the first 10 months of the year, and we're expecting it to reach $2 billion. So I think that is a great example of what cooperation and coming together can achieve.
Which sounds good when it's said, but in this current geopolitical environment, Aman, it's not easy, it seems, in a splintered world where people are talking about the end of capitalism and deglobalization, to achieve these bodies where four nations come together. It's not necessarily going to be straightforward, is it?
Well, so far the experience has been very, very positive, as you can see, and very productive. I must also add that, you see, India is home to 1/6 of humanity. And the world is witnessing the transformation of India. It's also important to make sure that the average Indian gets the opportunity to, contribute to global growth. And economists totally agree right now that in a post-COVID world order, in terms of the economic recovery and revival, India is going to play a key role. It's going to be one of the key growth engines. So it's important for partner countries like Israel, like UAE, like US, to make sure that we are able to synergize and complement each other to address these challenges of the economic distress which we are seeing.
Where do you think India is going to reach out next? It's got this wonderful relationship, this historical partnership with the UAE, which is basically the essence of this forum, the India Global Forum in Dubai. What are the next steps for India in the region when forging partnerships?
So just to give you one example, for Indians, Dubai and the UAE have always been a gateway to the Middle East, to North Africa, to the CIS countries. And also for some of our Indian entrepreneurs, they've been using Dubai as a springboard for the global expansion. In the last couple of years, we've been seeing several of the Indian unicorns, Indian companies, setting up their bases here in Dubai to take advantage of this strategic location. As part of the I2U2, last year we had a large group of businessmen and entrepreneurs from Israel visiting Dubai, and we got them to interact with their Indian counterparts living in Dubai and other parts of the UAE. We also had a team of businessmen from Dubai, Indian businessmen mostly, traveled to Tel Aviv a couple of months ago to look at the opportunities. If you look at the IGF currently here in Dubai, it's not about UAE, India. It's India's engagement with this entire region. We have several of our friends from Israel, from other GCC countries who are participating, and they are engaging with their Indian counterparts. So you see,
and also a gateway to Africa as well. We had our last panelist talking about democratizing global supply. Is Israel looking not only obviously at the Gulf, but looking beyond there to this wonderful world of opportunity in Africa, Dana?
Of course, Israel through Mashav, which is the Israeli aid agency, is always looking for the rest of the world, also Africa, and is going and thinking about ideas and projects that can be done in Africa with the UAE, with India, and so on.
Yeah, so the purpose of I2U2 very much to mobilize private sector capital and technologies to solve shared challenges such as you say, trade, clean energy and waste treatment. But for those who are wondering, okay, but what's the principled vision? What's the overarching vision that unites these four states? Because you have your differences, as all nations do. You have your different partnerships with other nations. What's the overarching principled vision, Aman, that binds these 4 states in partnership and also will ensure that it's sustainable and it has longevity?
I would say it is economic pragmatism, multilateralism and strategic autonomy in a world which is witnessing severe conflict, geopolitical and economic.
Dana?
I think that we need to step away from the notion that only political or security issues can be the core for partnership. Economical growth and stability is enough for overarching idea of a really stable partnership.
Should we get a scream from our audience? Should we mention Morocco again and the World Cup? Dana, you've got some linkage with Morocco?
Yes, I actually have Moroccan roots. All
Yes.
of my grandparents are from Morocco, so
Yeah?
I'm rooting.
Are you feeling excited? Are you feeling confident?
Yes.
So
yes,
Morocco's
I do.
going to beat France and win the World Cup?
I believe so.
Yeah?
Yes,
Do we- But hang on, wait, I must admit, in full disclosure, my wife is French. So I guess my kids are half French because I'm English, but I sort of want Morocco to win, but don't tell my wife or my kids. You're a French fan, but it's okay. We're not going to pillory you. You want the French to win, yeah? Of course. Because they won the what? You don't think 2 World Cups is enough? They won the last World Cup. You think they deserve a third?
Yes, they're the best team.
Do we agree, audience? No! So Morocco's going to do it. Okay, well, thank you both. Absolutely brilliant panel from both our panelists, Dr. Aman Puri and Dana Filber as well. So we've done I2U2, new alignment for new opportunities, democratizing global supply. Next up, foreign policy impact in an uncertain world. Stay with the World Uncut with me, Mark Barton.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Are we ready? There you go. I'm looking down. I'm so excited looking at our guest, Rudolph. We're ready to rumble. This is our third chat in this wonderful hour, The World Uncut, with me, Mark Barton. Opportunities in a conflicted world. I'm going to straighten my glasses just to make sure I've got my game face on. Let's move it on. Foreign policy impact in an uncertain world. The microphone levels have gone up. We're ready to rumble. My guest today, Dr. Vijay Chautiwale, in charge Foreign Affairs Department, BJP India. Dr. Ron Malka, former Director General, Ministry of Economy and Industry, Government of Israel, and Rudolf Lohmeyer, Partner, Head, National Transformations Institute. Kearney, gentlemen, I'm going to call you by your first names. We're going to get rid of all, proprietary, just keep it very informal with a very formal topic of discussion. Great to see you all. Rudolf, if I can start with you, how is foreign policy changing in this current period of volatility? Because it is a period period of volatility. There's a lot going on in the world, some of which we will touch on in this discussion. But how is foreign policy changing in this period of volatility? Oh, we can't hear you, Rudolf. Hang on. Let's try that again. Rudolf, say hello.
Hello, hello.
There you go. We can hear you now.
Okay,
Start again.
absolutely.
We don't want to miss any of your nuggets. How's foreign policy changing in this current period of volatility?
Indeed. I mean, the easiest thing to speak about in foreign policy discourse are challenges, volatility, conflict, and certainly the operating environment is characterized by those. But I would argue that the way foreign policy is changing really centers on the fact that, if you will, geopolitical markets are becoming more efficient. And why is that? Countries have realized that interdependence represents in many ways a sacrifice of autonomy. And to the extent that they're dependent in a disproportionate way on any given partner, they're vulnerable to coercion. And we've seen this, including with respect to systems that were always previous Road Initiative to the American reserve currency ownership. But what we've seen in the last 18 months or so is the extent to which those systems, those forms of systems power, can also be forms of coercion. And so I think what's happening in foreign policy now is the recognition by countries that they have to maximize minimize their exposure to coercion, maximize their autonomy, and they have many other partners that are seeking to do the same thing. They can diversify their portfolio and relationships that convey that autonomy.
I'm going to tell my team, the clock isn't coming down, by the way. I need to know how much time I've got left. This is the secrets of doing TV, by the way. You have a countdown clock in front of you, but the countdown clock isn't counting down. So can we just have that clock counting down so I know how much time I've got left? And our gentleman as well. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Rudolf. I'm juggling 3 things at once, but that's TV for you. VJ, do you agree what Rudolf said then? And how do you see the foreign policy changing in the current period of volatility?
I agree, because every country is trying to position itself in this uncertain world in a way that they minimize the risk, or at least mitigate the risk, and at the same time push that country's interest to the front. And one of the things what India has very cleverly done is essentially the same when they have taken a very nuanced view about Ukraine-Russia war. We have said very clearly that we are not for war, but at the same time we didn't take a very polarized position as a European or American would like us to do. And that every country is trying to basically do the same thing, is to maximize the returns on such a conflicting worlds. I guess the COVID also has impacted in a great way the multipolar alliances that have been taking place in the world, because COVID has given us a shock where every country has realized that they cannot fight this battle on its own. And it also has a new kind of dimension about future pandemics. So essentially there will be still some core values that will determine the foreign policy issues, but pragmatism is the word of the day.
Yeah, pragmatism, Ron. You agree with that? Is that the word of the day?
Yes, I will look at it from 2 different angles. As a professor for investment theory, I can tell you that volatility is perceived as more risk. More volatility is more risk, which you need to compensate for. But if you are an option trader, more volatility is more opportunities. So when we are Israelis look at that new normal, which is going to be more volatile and uncertain world, we see risks, we see threats, but we see also opportunities. And we Israelis that are known for being improvisers, flexible, adaptive, fast thinker, solution makers, whatever the world perceives Israel, which is true, we see many opportunities alongside with the risk that we need to manage. And we also understand that, for example, radical groups might see this high volatility and uncertain world not as a bug, but as a feature. And this we need to take in consideration. So the way that we see it, it's going to be more risky, but more opportunities will be there. It will be regional and global. Israel is perceived in the region as strong, provider, good partner, and we feel that, we see that, and I think that this is only going to grow, and we'll see more platforms, more frameworks like the I2U2 that was just launched, but we'll see more.
What sort of
this.
frameworks?
Different collaborations, different coalitions. Even it will be new, like technology corridors.
Trans-regional, non-geographic.
I'm talking about technological corridors that will provide new innovative solutions that will ease tensions, will provide for the people in the region, for the neighbors, because that's what we usually do. And I think that this is going to be accelerated and extended. And as much as it will be more volatile and uncertain, other countries will see what Israel can bring, what Israel can add, what Israel, how is it to be partner and to collaborate with Israel. And for us, I think also many opportunities are on the way.
It's in topic-specific, issue-specific alliances, you were saying, Vijay. Just elaborate on that.
See, for example, every country is trying to make its position in a self-interest. The alliance between, say, US, UK and Australia to build the nuclear submarines bypassing France and other NATO countries is a very classic example. Even in India, we are now part of Quad, we are now part of I2U2 one side. We have very good bilateral relations with the US, but at the same time, we are also member of BRICS and also Shanghai Cooperation Treaty. So these are the things which we are, every country is trying to position itself in a way that it will serve, may not be a very comprehensive vision, but also it will serve some limited purpose, maybe for some duration of time, and only the time will tell us how successful these alliances are.
Yeah, what do you think, Rudolf? What types of alliances, non-geographic, issue-specific, non-regional, will spring up in this volatile environment?
I don't hear you.
Yeah, we have.
So we don't.
First and foremost, I would say is digital partnerships.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of innovation. The Singaporeans are driving digital economy partnerships. The UK is boldly innovating in this respect. So is the UAE, of course. So is Saudi Arabia. So is India. I think the digital economy, so is Israel, of course, represents a powerful opportunity to build connectivity across an otherwise divided world. But more generally, I think the modality that my fellow panelists have mentioned, I agree with. And I try to make this point. It is about having a greater diversity of opportunities for partnership so that one can diversify one's portfolio relationships, minimize the exposure to coercion from any single party, but by being adaptive and rapid and decisive, and by knowing what your country brings to the table, creating value, mutually beneficial partnerships.
Portfolio. It sounds very, fund managery. Is that how we should be looking? I've never heard it.
Yes,
diversify your portfolio of relationships. But that's brilliant. That's how we should look at it.
Basically, it's a theory of risk management.
Yes.
We are managing risk. So basically, high volatility is more risks that we need to manage. So if we diverse the portfolio, we manage risk. That's what we do with portfolio of assets. So we can do it with portfolio of countries, of partners. And this is on one hand. On the other hand, it will be good opportunities to those countries, those players that were not in the middle of things, now to be considered, to be given a chance. That's how we feel it in Israel, and this is I can bring to the table because there are many countries that are reluctant to collaborate with us, but now we see different wind that is blowing.
Is that wind going to continue blowing in the direction you wish it to blow?
As much as the volatility will grow and uncertainty will be there, and different countries will look around and see who are the possible partners for them, I think that they can see a strong Israel provider, willing to collaborate, to work, to support, to share. We are sharing. I don't know if you're familiar, for example, with our agriculture project that we have in many countries in the world. It's Africa, India, other places, which is very, very successful.
So what's the equilibrium, Ron, in the region? What will be the equilibrium in the region?
It will be more reliances, more collaborations. It will be a new equilibrium. and that will based on more partners, like more diversity, as was just said, with this portfolio of groupings between countries.
Yeah, Vijay, how do you see, the Middle East, the GCC and India's role, given we've got this I2U2 partnership? Because this partnership, it's not a geopolitical partnership, is it? It's focusing on 6 key areas, as we just waste, water, climate. And some might say, yeah, but you've got different ideas, different partners. You've got this view on Iran, you've got this view on this country. Will it fundamentally work because of the maybe different viewpoints geostrategically and geopolitically?
I think it will work because the common interests are overriding over some differences between these countries. And so there will be some differences. You have given one example, but overriding principle is the commonalities in the climate change, conservation, agriculture, sustainable energy, and digital economy. So these are the things which everyone is seeking for. All these 4 countries are complementary to each other on each of these aspects, and this will drive this alliance. And the commonalities are much stronger than the differences.
Do you agree, Rudolf? Is the alliance strong enough to withstand maybe some differences in geopolitical opinions and leanings?
Very much so, I would argue, because all the members of it share a certain set of values about the rule of law that will bind them together in the most difficult circumstances, and yet they have complementarities that are so significant that they have many reasons to create partnership, even on a modular basis. It doesn't always have to be comprehensive. It can be based on what each country brings to it. So I think it's very stable because the values underlying it are shared, and then the complementarity economically and strategically is high.
I totally agree. I think that the willingness to put aside the differences and to focus on the similarities, the shared interests, values, is growing as much as uncertainty is growing. So Prime Minister Modi was the first one to high define Israel, for example, and give it a chance. Now we see more and more countries stepping in this corridor that he just opened. That's why I was so thankful for him. So we see more willingness to put aside, to dehyphenate, to say, okay, we might support this interest or this cause or the other cause, but it doesn't mean that we cannot collaborate and work with everyone to see, focus on the similarities and try to work together. And as much as the world becomes more uncertain, more volatile, the willingness to put aside the differences is growing. It's really going together.
As we've got 3 foreign policy experts with us, we need to get to the meat and bones, as in their big concerns. What's your number one geopolitical concern right now? Maybe one that isn't front and center. Let's call it the black swan concern, the concern that maybe keeps you awake at night. Vijay, so let's start with you.
I think the Ukraine-Russia conflict still remains the major concern, and as our Prime Minister has already said, that this is not the era of war. Not only for the geopolitical stability, but for the supply chain, for the food security, and also the humanitarian crisis that has been created by this war. It is in the interest of everyone that this war comes to an end.
Yeah. Rudolf, what's your number one concern out there?
That's such a great question. I can't call it a black swan because, as my dear colleague just said, it's very much on the world stage, but I would generalize it. It is hubris, brinksmanship, miscalculation. For the same reasons that we see opportunities in this period of flux, as we've discussed, there are national actors who also see opportunities to do things that violate core values of, affirming life and of the sovereignty of states, as we're seeing. And what keeps me up at night is the risk that other countries will make similar calculations. They'll say it's unstable, it's fragile. Let's strike now to achieve a hubristic goal. By hubris, I mean out of pride or ambition, not necessity. And those acts can be destabilizing and spiral into a truly global conflict. So that's what worries me.
Easy question, because there is a country there in the region that its stated aim is to destroy my country. So of course, this is our first concern, first and foremost, and this is what we are focused on. So for me, this is the main concern, that this country will not be able to have those mass production weapons that they are wishing to have for us. It's very easy. So if you're talking about new equilibrium and collaboration, hopefully this will stabilize and there will be.
And you think it will stabilize?
I hope so. We are trying to do. That's what we are striving for.
And outside of that issue, what other issues on a global scale
so as I said,
keep you awake?
More uncertainty and more volatility might be an opportunity for radical groups to perform, to act. It's much more easier for them. It's a fertile ground to radical groups to act and to form. That is something that can be spread all over. So hopefully the world will get united, understand the risk that there is by terrorism, and if we'll get united and understand what is the risk, together we can avoid that. Otherwise, it will be much easier for these groups to act.
Yeah. Ron, you've got an alignment with Morocco. Tell us about it.
I'm in Morocco.
I'm asking everyone about Morocco.
Yes, of course. I hold my fingers for Morocco because my roots are coming from Morocco. My parents were born and raised in Morocco. They immigrated to Israel from Morocco in the early 60s. So I'm considered a Moroccan Jew. So for me, it's a very easy question.
What's it like? What does it feel like to be so closely associated with the first, African nation, Arab nation to get to a semi-final of the World Cup? I mean, it's so enticing, isn't it? That sort of.
It's big pride. I'm so proud of my roots. Yes, of course. My parents were, dancing. Yes, of course. These are my roots, and I'm a a proud Moroccan Jew. For me to see Morocco, and of course, I'm so happy for all the Arab world.
Of course.
Because in some extent, it gives them, the feeling that they are part of. They're in the middle. They can, and it warms the heart.
Yeah.
See that.
So Morocco, obviously, you want to win. VJ, how are you feeling about this game, Morocco against France, with the prospect of playing Argentina?
I have full support for my friend Ron, and also Morocco being a great first African country to reach this level, but I will still go for France.
Rudolph, who's gonna win? Morocco, France, and Argentina? Rudolph?
I think my heart is with Lionel Messi. My mind suggests that maybe France is most likely, but I think it would be most powerful if Morocco were to win. I'm a proud New Yorker, and New Yorker and Morocco have that in common. We are so deeply diverse. To see diversity like that come together in the unity of a team is a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing. We can't wait for that game. Gentlemen, that was a fantastic panel. Wrapping up a fantastic hour, The World Uncut with me, Mark Barton. Up next, Climate Matters. Don't you dare move.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
Imagine a world where modern comfort meets timeless elegance, and where daily rituals elevate your here and now, transforming the mundane into exotic. sense awakened, stimulated, and recharged. Every detail crafted with your comfort in mind. Brief moments, lasting memories. Welcome to the exotic side of life.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
And welcome to Climate Matters. I'm Edie Lush. I'm delighted to be your host for the next hour today. Welcome to our live TV audience here in the Taj Exotica in Dubai, and also welcome to those watching around the world. If you'd like to join in the conversation, you can use IGF updates and do tag us IGF UAE. So our purpose today is accelerating towards net zero. The reality is, of course, that the world is moving too slowly to curb carbon emissions. And if we don't pick up the pace, the result will be temperature increases beyond what we can absorb. More extreme weather events, shifts in agricultural patterns, and millions of climate refugees. So the situation is dire, but actually it's not entirely hopeless. We know what to do. We know that it isn't just one thing. In fact, there's no silver bullet to avert climate disaster, but there is silver buckshot, a series of steps that will help us get to net zero carbon emissions. Can we take these steps clearly enough? That is on us. Now, here to guide us through the path to net zero is the former senior energy advisor to the UK Prime Minister and the founder of a group called Zeroism. Anuka Datta, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
I've put some glue on your seat, so you're not allowed to leave for the next hour. Now, we have a lot to cover and an hour to do it, but along the way, we're going to bring in some other experts to help us, advocates to go deep into the issues like decarbonizing mobility and food. But I want to start with the big picture. So I'd love for you to summarize for us where the world stands on getting climate change under control.
Well, thanks for having me, and I look forward to having myself unglued at some point. But there you go. I think my answer is probably 2 words of cautious optimism. It's a it's a big transformation that we have ahead of us. It's the whole of the economy, the whole of the world, but we also know that, you know, we as humans are natural innovators, right? So, you know, look at the space race, look at the internet, even look at the fact that I'm opposite you physically here today without a mask, and can sit this close to you. Although actually it might be about 2 meters, so maybe it didn't quite work. But, you know, actually we have innovated our way, used technology, and are able to kind of tackle these big issues. And, you know, we have the International Energy Agency saying actually peak kind of fossil fuels within a decade. So I think all of those indicators say there's still a lot to do, but we're getting into a good position, I would say. COP27 did show the other side, you know, hence why it's cautiously optimistic. It's not all going to be mitigation. So there's 2 parts to this, right? Mitigation being reducing our emissions, so the stuff that we'll come on to talk about. But we also have to adapt because we are seeing the effects, as you pointed out, of temperature rises, etc. It is hitting those kind of small island states, etc., harder than we can probably acknowledge sat here in this beautiful weather right now. But adaptation is probably a really key part of why we also have to ensure that kind of cautiousness remains. But I mean, you know, let's look at fusion, for example.
Well, exactly. We had some incredible news, didn't we? We had some incredible news on nuclear fusion coming from my home state, actually just around the corner from where I live, Lawrence Livermore Lab. And a real breakthrough in terms of what's, but it's still quite far away, but it's exciting, right?
Totally. But I think if you want an example of that cautious optimism, there's a joke, certainly in energy circles, which is fusion is always 30 years away, but I think this week's breakthrough means it actually genuinely might be. And I think that's quite important, and hopefully sooner, but, you know. And I think this is kind of all really good proof points as to how we are kind of making progress. We could always be faster, but we do also need to take our populations with us, right? And we can go on to talk about that.
Well, first of all, give COP27 a grade from A to F in terms of ability to save the world. How did COP27 do?
Well, did you know the UK system now doesn't do A to F? So I think that means I get out of this.
1 to 9.
Because as someone who did have to do the UK's COP26, I can tell you it is no mean feat, not least the logistics of it, which, you know, there was a great team working on it, but actually driving consensus across, you know, over 190 parties is tough. So I think, you know, getting to consensus at the end of 2 weeks is always a tough but good job. So I think, you know, in the same sense, I'd say cautiously optimistic. There's always more you can do, but actually, I think it sets up this year's COP in the UAE actually really, really well.
So, what is Zeroism, and what are you proposing in particular?
So, Zeroism is a company that I set up this year. So, having left Number 10 with 2 co-founders of mine, Allegra Stratton, also a colleague from Number 10, our COP26 spokeswoman, and Faraz Agai from a creative agency called Founders Makers. And the kind of driving philosophy of that is, well, actually, we want to focus on the economic opportunities of this transition. There's a lot that can be said else, you know, otherwise, which is just stop doing everything. We need to do this faster, harder. But actually, this pro-tech, pro-innovation approach is actually really part of what we want to do. So we essentially offer advice to those companies that are thinking, this is a huge problem, but I don't know how to solve it. Because yes, it's really complex, but the thing that I learned from my time in government and in the Prime Minister's office in particular is there's also a few places where it is really worth putting your strategic bets on, because that is where you might make the most gains. So I wouldn't say the 10-point plan is there are just 10 steps and that's all you need to do, but actually it says let's distill this really hard problem into 10 things or 10 areas, and then have a really good go at delivering that and measuring our delivery. So I would kind of sum up by saying...
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, so the model is bringing together that policy and strategy bit with the delivery bit, and then also communicating it in a way that engages people.
Okay, so first of all, why net zero? Why not just say no to carbon, zero emissions?
So carbon is part of it, right? So just to kind of explain for those who don't know, greenhouse gases are the problem that we're trying to tackle, and carbon is the kind of majority of it. It's about 3/4, but also it stays around in the atmosphere for longer. Methane is actually also quite a large contributor as well, and we'll come on to talk about, I think hopefully with some guests, about kind of agriculture, which is a large driver there. But for me, it's the net of net zero that is really important. So what that means is this is a balancing act, right? So you must kind of, or we should be trying to both reduce our emissions through taking steps that we can and through innovating, and we'll have some great people, I'm sure, who will tell us about all the things they're doing, but also being able to I'm going to use the offset word, which gets quite a lot of controversy in climate
Raised
land.
eyebrows, concerned faces.
Indeed, but credibly kind of offsetting, again, through technology. But the third point I would kind of make is actually this whole approach is because you need to take people with you. So having come from a background in government and politics, that is kind of really key to this. This stuff is big. This stuff is about people's lives. And I don't think you can do it to them. You need to do it with them.
I think it's a really important point. And actually, when I look at your 10 steps and just taking, advancing offshore wind, for example, cleaner power, that's one of those things that you got to bring people with you. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Tell us what the 10 steps are and break them into manageable packets.
All right, excellent. It feels like I'm sitting a test.
I've got my 1 to 9 out here. Nika.
Excellent. All right, you can tell me where I go wrong, but my memory is not as good as it used to be. But look, I think full credit to the then Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He actually kind of, in the midst of the pandemic, did recognise that a green recovery was really part of what we needed to do to actually kind of grow as an economy. And that was kind of the genesis for it. So to explain kind of how we split it up, I think it's easy to say there are kind of 3 packets of stuff, right? So 1, you produce clean energy. So that's wind, nuclear,
hydrogen. Yeah.
Thanks. 2, you utilise that clean energy into products that make people's lives easier, better, cheaper, faster. And then 3, you capture the remaining emissions that you haven't got through your package 1 and 2, through new industries and through nature. So that's the kind of bits within it. And, as we say, under clean energy, you've got the 3 we've just mentioned. You've also got, then when you're using it, this is like you're going into EVs, this is making your buildings more efficient. This is cleaning up your transport so people can fly and drive, but...
Take ships, send their goods around the world.
Exactly. But then you've still got this bit that, what do you do with it? Well, you can use carbon capture.
Something that's a really big issue here in this area. Some of the oil-producing states very strong on carbon capture.
Totally. And it's a growing industry, right? So we need to do it at scale, ramp it up, but it's a technology that we are working on and know can work. It just needs to do at scale. We also have things like carbon sequestration through nature, which is, let's use the word trees. Again, it's always a bit of a tricky kind of topic, but we know they're really a big part of it. The Amazon is a huge part of it. And Brazil, with kind of President Lula, hopefully will kind of help quite a large part of the world's problem on that. So that's kind of the three buckets. But the thing I wanted to just kind of frame all of this around, which was really important for the development of the 10-point plan, was this is about jobs and investment and bringing down costs for consumers. So decarbonisation is a really important part of it. And in every single spreadsheet and whatever we published about it, this is how we keep on track for our carbon targets. But actually, across the various strategies that I wrote in my time in government, we said we're investing about 30 billion of public sector money to leverage about 100 billion of private finance to create around, 500,000 jobs. And I think that's a really important part for, again, to go back to that political and public piece, because this is how people will feel the benefit of it. And this is kind of how it's sustainable. For me, sustainability is meaning that, the man down the end of my road has a job that doesn't just end in 10 years' time because his factory is shutting down because they're no longer making cars, but actually he's going to have a job for life.
Really interesting, perfectly timed as well. I didn't get to ask you if you had a favorite step or some step that was more significant than others, but we'll come back to that. Anuka's going to stay right here with me. The glue is sticking to the chair, and we will be back right after this.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back to Climate Matters. I'm Edie Lush, delighted to be here with Anuka Datta for our next session. We want to bring in one of the first experts to go deeper into the 10 steps that Anuka was speaking about. In that case, it's the step around accelerating the shift to zero-emission vehicles. Transport is responsible for about 20% of the world's carbon emissions, maybe a bit more. So we can see that addressing that is absolutely crucial. Really pleased to have with us Pulkit Srivastava. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Thank you. Pleasure's all mine.
Co-founder of EVAGE. So tell us what EVAGE is and what its role in reducing carbon emission in transportation.
Thank you for that question, and pleasure to be here. We are opposite of giga. We are opposite of large. We are decentralized manufacturing. We are better for the environment. Manufacturing in auto since 19th century has just been about putting up large, huge factories, making the same product and shipping all over the world. We have cracked the code, inverted the pyramid to make vehicles at 1/10 of the cost, space, and manpower, tailor-make vehicles to the region which is required in. But the point is why we are doing this, not how we are doing it. 29 to 37% of pollution in a city is because of freight vehicles. And 2% of vehicles contribute to 50% of that pollution. And those are not passenger vehicles. There are buses or commercial vehicles. It's important that the world comes together to change the fact that the vehicles which run the longest should be decarbonized. And of course, while we are doing it, we have figured a way to manufacture in a more sustainable way and therefore addressing the problem of the world. Because climate change is injustice. The countries which contribute the least pay the highest price. And G20 countries contribute to 75% of pollution. We need to take an action. That's
Absolutely.
what we're trying to do.
So, I mean, road freight is about a third of emissions from transportation on its own, about 7% of global emissions. Anuka, how does what EVAGE is doing fit into your 10 points? It sounds like quite a few of them because there's manufacturing as well as transportation as well. What do you want to know from Pulkit?
I think it's really exciting because Toolkit is essentially going after the electric vehicle, cleaning up your transport part of the bucket. So how do you make people's lives better, cleaner, healthier, I think is the kind of bit I would say it fits into. And it might be worth actually, Toolkit, telling us a bit, if you don't mind, about kind of the costs that come with that, because this is always the problem that you come up against, which is I would love an electric car, or I would love an electric bus or a goods vehicle, but actually this is just too expensive for me.
Right. There are two ways to look at it. One is, again, the product and how we manufacture. Circular manufacturing in India is $500 billion industry. So, and globally it's $4.5 trillion industry. We need to reimagine the way we manufacture. Very, very important. Of course, we need to create low-cost carriers. Therefore, the countries where pollution impacts the most and a $100,000 delivery van will be priced out, we require an economical variant to be there. So what we are trying to do is, of course, reimagine the whole manufacturing process to then pass the benefit to our customer to create, and that's what we're doing in India. We are creating high-end technical engineering first time in India and bringing how planes were built, that know-how to manufacturing automobile. We hire a lot of space engineers and a lot of aeronautics engineers, and we make them build automobiles with the same mindset and precise engineering, the way you would build spacecraft.
Why do you need a spacecraft engineer? I mean, I love the idea, but why do you need a spacecraft engineer to build a truck?
EVs are closer to a washing machine and a mobile phone. We are like mobile phone with wheels. We're not that close to combustion engine. And it requires a different mindset. Lightweighting, for example, we use composite material to manufacture the cockpit and the load body. We probably makes the world's largest single composite structure.
So what is a composite structure for folks who might not know what it is?
Glass fiber and carbon fiber put together. We design it in a way that it's stronger than steel and far lighter, very easy to repair. So imagine if servicing of your vehicle, instead of going to a workshop, we will come to you and we'll serve it as far quickly. So we don't have a paint shop, we have a very small press shop, and we don't have a welding line. We don't weld, we rivet, we bolt. This is not a know-how with automobiles earlier. This is how planes are riveted or bolted. Right? They're not welded, because when you weld it, the structure, the heat, because of heat, where the joint is, it becomes weaker. It's a different know-how. That's why we hire more aeronautics engineer than automobile engineer.
Really interesting. So let's connect what you're doing and the idea of zero carbon vehicles to some of the other points in your 10-point plan, Anuka. Electric vehicles don't get you that far if your system for generating the electricity is carbon intensive, right?
Yeah, completely. But there's kind of two parts to this problem, right? One, as an individual, I can try and solve by choosing these products such as buckets, which I think is really exciting. And then the other, as you say, is, well, where is the stuff that I just plug into it coming from?
Right. Wind, could it be hydrogen?
Which is more of a national kind of system problem. But we're also seeing quite a lot of progress. But I think also more broadly, and this is where our COPs really matter, and I'm not going to grade progress, but actually all of them bringing together and accelerating renewable deployment, I think is really important. And we've also seen the costs of that fall. And I think this is kind of quite an interesting marrying feature, because you were telling us that actually that your vehicles are around 1/10 of the cost of more conventional builds.
Yeah, the manufacturing it takes 1/10 to manufacture it, and because of that, we pass on the benefit to the customers. That's why there are in the world there are $100,000, $80,000 vans. It's far cheaper. Anuka, to your point of renewable energy to charge the vehicle. Listen, India has increased 50% of more solar power in the last 4 or 5 years. We put the maximum solar plants or solar panels in the last year in the world. We are very progressive about renewable energy. I think it's the time where the government needs to take a notice and make a mandate that charging stations must be powered by solar. Bold statement, but India has the opportunity to do it.
I can't help but be the kind of, but you also need to make sure you've got other things on your system as well, right? Because and this is how we work. And if you were to ask me what's more important, actually I'd say we have to do it all, because that's the kind of key bit of it. So solar is really important, but also we need to store that energy. And I think just an interesting point, I guess, from when we were developing our 10-point plan, actually over, I think it was a couple of years, our target went from 30 gigawatts of wind by 2030 to 40 gigawatts to 50 gigawatts as we started to see prices fall, but also kind of developers get more confident in the direction that we were going in, so kind of your wider investment climate signals, but actually also they were learning how to do this stuff, and you learn by doing, right? And you build it, and you do it again, and the costs fall. So we've seen costs fall by like 2/3.
I mean, one interesting associated issue is this idea of storing the power. And I know that you've worked on the battery cells pretty significantly, Pulkit. So talk us through the innovation there. I know there's issues around the materials, importing the materials to make the batteries. I know there's issues around the recycling and the cost of recycling. So tell me how you view this, because I know that you think about this idea of a circular economy very clearly.
I'll tell you what we are doing, and I hope everybody does it, because the idea is that while there is enough focus on battery recycling, the point is that is only because the battery life is 5 years to 6 years. We have a battery life which will last a decade and far more cycles. And even after 8 to 10 years, 80% of the battery life will be left to be used for the next 25 years on stationary applications. Battery packs which we make ourselves will last 35 years. So you need to worry less about recycling. Use it for 8 to 10 years on vehicle, and the residual value of electric vehicle is directly in proportional to the battery life left, because battery is 50% cost of the vehicle. Therefore, you hit two birds with the same stone.
Interesting. So I know that one, if we come back to your points, the steps, one of the points is to get out of the vehicles, get onto our bikes. Now, it's not always possible to deliver everything by bike or leg. I know it's healthier for us, but how much does that actually reduce carbon, Nuka?
It's more about kind of reducing the number of journeys and kind of overall. So I would come at that more from a kind of health perspective, because I think that's where the benefits really are, as you say. It's really good for me to have a bit of a walk, but maybe after
along
Christmas.
The promenade here in Dubai.
After we've kind of stuffed our faces, I think. But actually, so it's a small part, but it makes a difference. Just like aviation and shipping are kind of going to be growing areas, I think, over the next 30 years.
Well, let's talk about that. The Jet Zero and green ships, decarbonizing air and sea transportation. They're a lot harder to electrify, right, Pulkit?
Yes, and listen, I think hydrogen will first come in steel plants, coal plants, and large industrial applications. And after that, probably planes and trains, locomotives and ships. It's a few years away. It has some physics problem, as we were discussing earlier.
Give us the physics problem in a nutshell. Physics
Simple
101.
Transporting hydrogen is very unstable at this stage. The objective is to produce it at a very economical level. We are a few years away. So I know about mobility sector. Hydrogen is 15, 20 years away from a city use case of a vehicle. So let's not confuse it. Hydrogen is amazing. It's the future. It is. It's total cost of ownership. Let's look at that, right? We all work. We are not in the business of selling vans. We are in the business of selling business plans.
Right.
It needs to make economical sense. Don't worry about it. It needs to make economical sense. And at hydrogen, it does not make economical sense at this stage. Will it make in 15, 20 years? I hope so. Because essentially, we all are trying to work towards solutions which leave the world in a better place than the way we found it.
Really interesting.
Currently, the solution is electrification.
Okay.
For the next 15 years.
Anything to add there? No, we can let you cough gently in the corner.
Right. I just another point while I feel better. The trucking sector is going to quadruple than what it is now.
Why is that?
Listen, the consumer habits are changing.
Yeah.
Right. The number of trucks are going to just increase far more than what they are right now. 70% of GDP is going to come from cities. And remember, 36% of pollution in a city is from combustion engine vehicles.
Yep.
So where you get the maximum amount of money in cities, that population from 30% to 70% will get access to unbreathable air.
Yeah.
We need to act now at city level to begin with. Let's focus. Let's not try and do a lot. Let's solve the city problem.
Okay. Now, a big theme for us is moving faster towards net zero. Now, Anuka's not giving COP27 a grade, but we do know we need to accelerate. What do you think the key steps are to a faster transition to carbon-free vehicles?
The good, and we've discussed in this forum, the point is that we require government's help in two ways. One is, of course, give incentives for people who manufacture electric vehicles, and second, consumers who purchase it. At the same time, we need to levy heavier taxes on people who drive combustion engine.
Right, right.
We are no longer at a stage where we say, we can reduce the 1.5 degrees centigrade. Can we slow it down? No, we need to adapt, right? And to adapt, we need to act both ways. And that's important. I'm so glad that Indian government has a FAME subsidy, which is faster adoption of manufacturing of electric vehicles. America is doing some amazing work. West Midlands in UK is doing some amazing work. And we are in conversations with many countries to now plot our factories globally and create modular micro factories, tailor-make vehicles to make each city cleaner and make in that country brand. That's how we are doing our own bit. And we treat our company like a pharma company, not like an automobile company. Every time I'm able to reduce a combustion engine from the roads, we make someone's lung healthier. That's how seriousness we take our business with.
It's really interesting, briefly, Anuka. The point is that government has to go hand in hand. We have to also be, as well as hooking people, pulling them in, we also have to be using the stick against those who insist on polluting.
Yeah, I think the air quality point is actually a really, really important one that governments do care about. And I think and people care about. So I think that's where their happiness is.
Good. All right.
That's why I'm crying.
That's all right. We'll give you a moment to recover. Pulkit, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Really interesting.
Thank you.
We will be back with our next guest in just a moment. So stay with us.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back to Climate Matters. I'm Edie Lush, your host, and I'm very pleased to still have Anuka Datta with us. She's just about recovered. So, Anuka, we're going to bring up another subject very close to my heart, actually, that is a source of carbon emissions that doesn't show up explicitly in your 10 points. It's food. And estimates are that between a quarter and a third of carbon emissions come from our food system. So just tell us why those points don't tackle it head on.
So I think there's kind of two parts to the food piece, which is people's consumption of and farmers' production of, right? And so on the latter, we do kind of have a nature, or it did include a Nature for Climate Fund, but as is always the way, there's about 20 other strategies that were written that do look at how we can also produce in a better way. But I also think for the UK national picture, if you look at where the kind of like the big set of emissions were, it is things like transport and buildings. Right. So it was a strategic call to tackle the bits that were huge. But as you say, as an international strategy, actually this point about circularity and kind of agriculture and food are quite big issues that the world will need to look at.
Yeah, so 25 to 33% from food is transportation, as you said, which you've covered, protecting the natural environment, that probably comes into it, agricultural techniques, maybe regenerative agriculture. We've got two folks focused on food in our studio, one actually lurking virtually over Anuka's shoulder. Let's start with Fadi from AeroFarm. AeroFarm's general manager here in the Emirates in Abu Dhabi, I believe you're based. Yes, is that right?
Yes, in Abu Dhabi, and thank you for having me.
Pleasure. Tell us about your work and how it contributes to net zero.
So AeroFarms is the world leader in vertical farming. We're a US-based company, head office in New Jersey, and our first international establishment is in Abu Dhabi. We started in Abu Dhabi more than 2 years ago, specifically looking into the agtech ecosystem of this region. And we're looking mainly into two folds. First, the plant science behind what seeds and what greens are needed. And secondly, in terms of technology and technology-enabled agriculture.
Interesting. And how does it relate to net zero?
As you mentioned, so agriculture contributes between 25 to 33% of greenhouse gases. We're not going to get rid of agriculture because we need to feed the population, and the population actually, it's increasing. We just got about 8 billion a month ago. So we need to feed those people, and not only we're increasing the trends in terms of immigration and centers of population. People are immigrating towards cities. Cities are growing, so there's more urbanization and less people working in agriculture. So there are two folds to that: feeding people and sourcing the food for those additional people. This is where our philosophy comes, where we believe that urban farming is critical to feed people within the realms of cities, to feed them in a healthy way, in a very sustainable way. Now, how does this contribute to the general question of net zero? In agriculture, in general, each kilogram of produce travels 1,500 kilometers around the world. This is on average. So transportation is key when it comes to pollution and transportation. Secondly, it's wasted. The traditional farming method, there's lots of wastage. It's accounted that there's about 40% of whatever gets produced on the planet never gets to the shelves of supermarkets or to be consumed by actually human beings. So there's lots of wastage. And thirdly, the aspect of storage, warehousing, and cooling, which contributes also a lot in terms of the carbon footprint. So going with indoor vertical farming within the vicinity of cities, you're completely avoiding those carbon sources.
Interesting. Anuka, I'm going to come to you for your reaction, but let's bring in our other guest, lurking over your shoulder there, and it looks like mine too. Nicole Roque, Senior Analyst from the Good Food Institute. Nicole, you propose a provocative question. Can veganism help counter climate change? How do you answer?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I think
all super relevant points that have come up so far. Central to all these discussions is the fact that our current food system is ill-equipped to handle sort of the accumulating effects of the climate crisis. But further than that, it's food and agriculture that are also directly worsening some of these global environmental trends. Central to that discussion is the animal agriculture industry. Animal agriculture is responsible for almost 15% of all greenhouse gas emissions, uses about 75% of all agricultural land, yet only provides us with about 33% of our global protein supply. The work that we do at the Good Food Institute India specifically is on addressing this head on. So how do we build a more secure, sustainable, and just food system, keeping all of this in mind? Specifically with relevance to India, as global populations increase as well as incomes increase, we're going to sort of need to reimagine a food system that can guarantee both food as well as nutritional security while mitigating some of these human-induced environmental degradation and building more resilience into our agricultural production. So we believe that in order to succeed and in order to be able to do that, we're going to need structural changes both at the production as well as at consumption levels in the area of food and nutrition. So instead of encouraging consumers to eat less meat, we're going to need to scale solutions that can actually slash the climate impacts of those behaviors. And we believe one of the
solutions, because you've got a few different ones, right? So tell me about those solutions that you can scale.
Yeah, so in order to be able to do that, we believe that we need to be able to make the meat, egg, and dairy products that people love, but in more sustainable and efficient ways. So we can do that by essentially creating those proteins directly from plants, using fermentation technology, or using animal cell agriculture to create products that are similar to their animal-derived counterparts, both in terms of nutrition, functionality, taste, cultural resonance, that use a fraction of those resources.
Relieved that I wasn't about to be told I have to go vegan, so it's already improved there. I think let's take this in the two parts. So the production and the consumption, as we've just kind of covered. I think completely agree actually with kind of Vali's comments. I think precision agriculture is the key here. Not just because it's important for emissions, but actually because if you are more precise in how you are utilising these things that cost you money as a farmer, right? Like your fertiliser costs money to buy, then that is a benefit for you and for the environment. Things like, drones all sound very grand, but will probably become part of our way of life. Gene editing as well, so how can you make our crops more resilient because it is getting warmer. And I think and just a kind of anecdote, I remember at COP26, an African negotiator actually saying to me, when I asked, do people care about climate change in your home country? And he said, they actually talk to me about their crops failing and having to walk further for their resources. And so I think that kind of frontline bit is quite important. On the kind of at home, we already are starting to see, so moving towards the consumption bit, people being more accepting of what's called wonky veg. So things not looking perfect, but they're still delicious. And there is I think the consumption side is harder for this sector, right? Because certainly in the UK, and I'm sure in other places, people want their meat. They've grown up like that. They want their meat and 2 veg on every day. But as we've just heard, actually there are some alternatives that we can start to do through innovation. This is the buzzword of the day, but through innovation, and we're starting to see it be used in places like McDonald's, right? And that's, I think, a sign of cut through.
Yeah. How much, Nicole, is taste and how things taste important to what you do? I know it's getting away from the idea of how we can save the planet, but you have to bring people along, as Anuka's been saying, and you also have to meet them where they are in order to lead them to a different place. How does that affect what you do?
No, yeah, we completely agree. And honestly, if you sort of if you sort of aggregate all of the estimates accounting for this increasing trend in veganism, you're still going to see about 50 to 200% increase in meat demand over the next couple of decades, which all signs are pointing towards people wanting to eat meat. Meat is delicious. Meat brings families together. It's culturally resonant. And so it's really important that if you are looking to provide alternatives, they do have to meet consumer expectations with regard to taste, but also with regard to price. People aren't willing to repeatedly purchase products that go well beyond spending patterns that they're used to. And also consumers are taste driven at the end of the day. If these products don't satisfy their expectations in terms of how these conventionally derived meat products taste, they're not going to repeatedly purchase it. So we would say after price, it's probably the second most important factor that feeds into a consumer's choice of whether to eat and consume these products on a regular basis.
I interviewed David from Aero Farms, the founder. He usually brings along some of the leafy greens so that I can taste, and they are actually incredible. It's interesting that you're moving into berries as well. I know there's so much science involved in what you guys do, and the precision is really important, as well as education and bringing people along, bringing schools along, bringing communities along. Give us a flavor. That was a really appropriate joke there, of how you're able to do that, and how when you bring people into it, it amplifies what you're able to do.
As you mentioned, flavor is key. With, of course, the considerations that Nicole put for the environment, but people will not do anything for the environment unless they enjoy it or it matches their expectations. When Aero Farms started producing and our produce was on the shelf, we expected people to buy our produce just because we're sustainable, we're eco-friendly, there's no pesticides, no chemicals. But nobody is ready to pay a premium for anything unless they enjoy it. And this is where we figured out that it's all about flavor and the quality of produce that makes people purchase our produce, our leafy greens. Having said this, we're trying to make a shift in the attitude of consumers, moving away from the calorie calculations or building your diet on how many calories you eat into more what nutrition are you consuming, how healthy is your body based on the nutrition that you're consuming. And this is where leafy greens comes into play. This is where Eat Your Salad comes into play. We're starting this program. It's already launched in the US in a couple of cities. It starts with high schools. So we have a modular small farm, which we call a community farm, which we equip schools where we educate people where greens come from. Some people think greens come from the supermarket. It's not. It comes from the ground, how they grow, and the methods of growing, and how they taste, and to enjoy eating salads, not only hot dogs and burgers.
So I'd love to hear, Anuka, you know, in the UK, there was a whole thing about wonky veg. We won't go into the bananas and Europe, but I'm interested in how fast you can change consumers' point of view. How fast can you change somebody who just isn't into it into somebody who's a believer?
Well, as someone whose partner isn't perhaps a believer, I'm testing this out firsthand. But I think the point that keeps on coming up across everyone's kind of contributions is cost, right? And this is why this remains quite a tricky thing, because there is a bit of a premium there. So it might be better, healthier, environmentally friendly. And I think that is the bit that will your economic incentive is, well, if it's more expensive, I'm not sure I'm going to buy it. But also, as we see kind of across the kind of global economies, recession and cost of living kind of becoming a key issue, it is quite I think this is one where it is just a challenge. And I think if we are able to make these things at scale, or, produce these things at scale, and Fadi will be able to tell me if this is totally going to ruin his business model, but how can we actually do that?
It's all about scalability,
And part of what we're seeing is it is actually cheaper often to make your meals from scratch if you if you can bulk. I'm not going to direct people into how to do this, but I think there is a way through that people are starting to see. But part of it is, can we actually produce it for cheap?
If I'm going to wave the magic wand, you have a few seconds. Okay. What's the one thing you would like to achieve in the next, say, 1 year, Fadi?
Let me just follow up on what Anuka has mentioned. So, vertical farming or urban farming has been in practice for the past 12 to 15 years. Some models did not survive, which is the distributed urban farming where you farm on your balcony or on your roof. Other forms that also failed are the container methods. So the only
Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and...
Welcome back to Climate Matters. I'm Edie Lush. We're going to turn now to another topic that probably affects several of Anuka's 10 points towards net zero. It isn't specifically any of them, but that's the concept of circular economy. And to discuss that with us, Head of Sustainability at Reliance Industries, Mitika Bajpai. Thank you for coming. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for having me here.
So let's start with the basics. What is a circular economy and how does it connect with averting disastrous climate change?
Right. So I think the circular economy concept has been around and has been defined by multiple different parties world over. I think what I find interesting about it is it's talking about how a linear system is moving towards a circular system. It's not about using and discarding. It is about what can you do with that resource such that it is better utilized, right? And the whole concept of sustainability is that we don't we think of the 7 generations before us and the 7 generations after us. So the whole idea of circularity is sort of embodied and very seamlessly integrated within this whole concept, which is why I find it as a very good solution moving forward. To simply explain what the idea of circular economy is, it's talking about managing waste. What are you doing at the end of life of your product or any resource in that context? How are you best utilizing that resource, right? Is that the best use of that particular resource? Is it the right way for you to discard your phone by the end of the year and get a new one just because a new phone has launched? Or does the phone survive? Can you repurpose it, refurbish it, bring it back to life and use it for longer? That's the second bit. And the last bit, which I found very interesting about the whole circular economy, is regeneration. And I think that's the missing piece. Anuka touched upon it with nature-based solutions a little earlier. It's about what do we do with the biogenic waste? What are we doing with the organic waste? How is that an important narrative as a resource that we're moving forward with?
Really interesting. So Anuka, weigh in. How would a more circular economy relate to your 10 points?
Well, it's across actually probably most of them because point 1, not of the plan, but of what I'm saying, is actually we need critical materials and minerals to make all of these things. So to build wind turbines, to build the electric cars that we've been talking about, and those are finite sources. So it's actually really important to how we actually get the material for these things. But one thing I would just challenge Mitika on is actually if you want to buy a new phone, I'm quite relaxed about it. You buy a new phone. But as you said, don't just chuck it away because someone can do something with it and take the parts out of it. And I think that's quite important. And I think that's been a theme throughout our discussion today, which is how do we ensure people live their lives, get the best products, but we're also kind of making them cheaper because we are not having to mine for new things in bizarre places that we are having to try and find.
Or go into space and mine asteroids, which I know, sadly, we're not going to get discussing. But tell us what you actually do, Mitika, to create a more circular economics at Reliance.
Right. So at Reliance, we're looking at 2 aspects of circularity, and I think everyone world over is looking at 2 aspects of circularity. One is the context of emissions, and we briefly discussed the net zero commitments earlier, and of course we touched upon that as well earlier in the segment. So net zero this is a whole ambitious target. I think Reliance has talked about committing to net carbon zero by 2035, which is significantly ahead of the Indian commitments and world over. So that's one aspect of circularity, and I think the circular carbon economy is a very important factor in here. But I also think materials plays the other aspect, right? So circular materials economy is an important aspect. So say for example, Reliance has been recycling 2 billion PET bottles for nearly a decade now, and we've increased that recycling capacity to a 5 billion PET bottle capacity. And what we are doing with that is creating new products, so bringing back life into what would otherwise be a discarded product. So it could be in the form of textiles, it's in the form of utilizing pyrolysis oil, it's in the form of an under layer of so-called plastic under your roads, right? Making that sturdy, and in India that's quite a bit of a challenge with potholes. So yes, there's lots of ways you can bring it back to life, but that's what I like about the whole circular carbon economy. It's going beyond the 3 R's, right? It's not just reduce, reuse, recycle anymore. It's about remove. What are we removing how are we removing carbon? Because carbon is a valuable feedstock, right? How are we bringing it back to life, and how are we deriving value out of it? That's one. How are we sharing resources, right? How are we best utilizing the integrated sort of refinery in this context, or any manufacturing unit? Are we repurposing catalysts? Are we deriving the maximum value out of what would otherwise be considered as a waste material? How can we partner with, say, cement industries and make sure that what is one industry's waste is another industry's feedstock? How do we repurpose rice husk in the agricultural belt and derive energy out of it? I think the moment you eliminate the idea of waste from a linear economy,
Of course, it isn't exactly new. I mean, before we were able to throw things away, when you go, look at ancient cultures, there's very little that got thrown away. It's only in the last 150 years that it's become such a huge problem. What's the biggest challenge? You mentioned a whole number of ideas once you start thinking about getting rid of waste. What's the biggest sort of challenge as you seek to incorporate this idea of circular economics?
I think the biggest challenge world over is waste segregation. How do you streamline an informal economy like that of waste? I think is a challenge everyone world over is grappling with. That also leads to mixed waste, segregation. Where is it landing up? Is landfill the right way to go forward with it? Is incineration the right way to go forward with it? So I think
it's not, is it? But how do we change that? Because every time I go to throw something away, I think, where is this going? Is it really being recycled?
Right. So I think there are lots of interesting ways to look at it. I think you have formal systems that are setting up, and I think we have a few people here that have also managed to derive value from a broken system, like that of waste management, and in fact some of them also working with us at Reliance here. Once you have a formal collection channel, the problem is solved.
Okay.
For the people that don't have a formal collection channel, what are the minor changes they can make at home? Because as much as I hate putting the ownership on the consumer in this context, we need to understand the role we play in the entire value chain, where is the waste getting created, right? So another whole way of looking at it is to change the entire system. I think what Patagonia has done, for example, is pretty brilliant.
Phenomenal.
Absolutely amazing. I think that's a whole new way of working. I think the shared economy resources. I think in India there's this whole wedding industry of renting a lehenga, right? I think that's fascinating. It's incredible. Having textiles being leased out, or having garments being leased out, is a completely different way of working. And I think with the new generation, with the millennials adopting it that way, I think it's moving away from minimalism to new economic models like this. So I'm looking forward to that bit. But I think waste segregation as a challenge, I think formalizing the waste collection aspect is one thing, but also how are we changing business models to surpass these inefficiencies, these challenges, and where we are throwing our waste ultimately. And I also think, again, the organic waste has a very important story to play here. And I think it's important for us to regenerate our soil while we are also extracting the waste from that soil, right? I think it's important to put back the nitrogen and phosphorus we're getting out of the soil. So it's very important for us to compost. It's very important for us to start thinking of what we are doing with the organic waste and how we want to consciously segregate it. And I think that's a very consumer-driven behavior, and that's why I kind of feel like I feel like I have more power in making this choice. There are lots of my friends that are sort of zero waste influencers on Instagram, and you see that it's not just a one-off thing. People are actually driving change in the way they live life, you know, being able to compost at home, being able to fertilize at home. Anyone who has a vegetable garden will change things, you know, maybe hopefully have a zero waste wedding. Let's see.
Really interesting. Nuka, weigh in on what you've heard from Mitika.
A few bits. Like, I love the point that you just made, Edie, which is like, actually we've been doing it for ages. But then that also means, well, it shouldn't be that hard to do it, right? I think you might need to get over that trust barrier and trust when it goes into, as Mitika says, the kind of formal system. But actually, part of one of the 10 points is carbon capture, utilization and storage. That is what the CCUS stands for. And I think that utilization point is a really interesting one. People are making things all that, like, you know, there are new companies starting up all the time about that utilization point. So can you make bricks from it? Can you make clothes from it? Can you make diamonds from it? Like, these are all really interesting uses for it. And I think part of it is our attitudes towards it needs to be, oh, that's really cool. I want one of those reuse things. And we can also, you know, recycle into kind of synthetic fuels. Like, that should be kind of part of the answer for aviation, which is, you know, getting some of that carbon from the air and then reusing it into fuels. So I think it's kind of all really exciting, and there is a tech piece to it, but there is also an individual piece.
Really interesting. What's the one thing you would like people to do more of, Mitika?
I think what I call it at a personal level is a sustainability audit or a lifestyle audit. I think if you just ask yourself questions about where this is coming from, what is going to happen to this after I utilize it, I think a lot changes. Just ask a question before you interact with the resource before. And I think on a personal level, that changes a lot.
Really interesting. Well, thank you very much. To you, Mitika, and also to you, Anuka. Will allow you to unvelcro yourself, unglue yourself from the chair. It's been a real delight for me to be with you here in the studio for Climate Matters, and we'll be over to Mark Barton with his leadership table quite shortly.
Thank you.
We are the only platform in the world. We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back. Great to see you all. The Leaders' Table. That's the name of this hour with me, Mark Barton. Transformative insights from global shapers. Please do continue to show your support for this via hashtag IGF UAE or at IGF Updates as well. We are streaming live across the world via our media partners. Right, let's talk about the future of health and insurance. And a bit of both. Everything you need to know, but we're afraid to ask. Yashisha Dyer, Chairman and CEO PB FinTech is here. Alicia Mupan, Deputy Managing Director at Asta DM Healthcare. And Shato Raha, Founder and CEO of My Healthcare as well. What does the future of healthcare look like, Alicia?
Okay, Mark, so I think the future of healthcare is significantly better and it's going to be very different. And I think it really has to do with 2 or 3 elements, right? You've got the COVID that we've all gone past, and it really kind of accelerated the whole change of healthcare. So 3 things kind of came together. You've got the consumers who want a very different experience when it comes to health. Earlier, people were happy waiting for a while. Earlier, people were not really sure about the different options that were available. Earlier, people were connected to one doctor. What's shifted now is people want it more convenient. They want the data on their hands. So I think that shift of consumerism of healthcare is something that's really changing the landscape, and that is kind of creating a lot of solutions. Second, there's technology that's assisting in this. So consumers might want what they want, but if the technology is not going to support what consumers want, it's not going to make sense. So when you talk about the vaccine delivery of mRNA technology, when you're looking at implants, when you're talking about data and analytics, all of that has come to a point where we can actually have a very different experience of healthcare. And I think third is the capital and the appetite for investment into healthcare. So the combination of these 3 factors are truly transforming healthcare as a sector, which was long needed and the need of the hour.
Your insurance sort of lending products, you know, Yashish, does the same, I mean, healthcare and insurance are very closely interlinked, which we'll come to as well. Does the same logic apply, you know, to your business, the consumerization, technology, and capital, appetite for capital?
I think it of course does, but I guess we have to break up the healthcare problem a little further. Simply because whether somebody is part of the middle class or somebody is really poor, both actually require healthcare and both have health issues. And specifically when you look at very diverse countries, which probably would not apply to the UAE because it's a pretty close-knit small country. But if you look at India, for example, the moment you're 50 miles out of Delhi, you are sort of in nowhere land territory. And what that implies is you need different diagnostic tools. You cannot have doctors everywhere. You cannot, forget doctors, you cannot even have pharmacies everywhere. So you will have to apply technology. And I guess tertiary care is a very later stage problem, but at least the diagnostics, I believe, in a country like India would be 85 to 90% without a physical doctor in any way, shape, or form being around. And I guess that's a necessity, otherwise we won't be able to handle the problems, and there'll be too many quacks giving solutions to people and people getting wrong solutions.
Yeah. Shato, how is AI and digital technology going to continue to play a role in healthcare going forward?
think, Mark, thanks so much. I'm going to sort of combine a little bit of what Alicia said and what Yashish is saying. We believe that the future of healthcare delivery will be a tech-enabled healthcare delivery ecosystem. And that's, I think, the stepping stones of that has already started. Telehealth, as Alicia said, and I think we've seen that on the ground, pre-COVID was 0%, post-COVID, we are still seeing, even after COVID has weaned off, 30% of the patients continue to want to use telehealth solutions. Reason being, it's not just the ease of it, it's at the fact that they do not want to go into a hospital unless they really need to be there. And I think the way that this entire technology revolution is going to go about is, on one front, I think the enablement is very, very critical, which the point that Yashish was making, which is how will technology actually be able to make healthcare delivery available to a wider audience and to a wider geography. And I think to that extent, democratizing healthcare is going to be very critical. As far as AI is concerned, we've already seen the early deployment of AI, and we've seen sort of rewards back from the clinicians, where if we are able to centralize all the patient records, put meaningful, effective and analytics on it, and make that available to clinicians so that they can take more effective and faster decisions, they are already jumping to it. We've actually seen EMR adoption, which is the electronic medical record adoption, which has been the greatest challenge in the healthcare system, has actually grown significantly because of the availability of AI and digital technology solutions. So I think the revolution of much needed revolution, I would say, of digital technology in healthcare has started, but there's a very, very long road ahead.
Yeah. You concur, Alicia?
Yeah, so I think when we talk about all of the future, it's also really important for us to think about the patient, right? At the end of the day, we're talking about tertiary care, but do you need to get to that point? With the aging population, with the increase in chronic disease, we have to be really thinking about primary care very differently. And I think what's also nice is that a lot of people are much more keener to think about wellness and preventative health. So how do you really kind of make changes as far as primary care segment is concerned? So when you're talking about countries like India, where you've got a very young population. So I was looking at some very scary statistics where they said in 2017, you had 800 million people in the world that were hungry. By 2030, we're talking about only 200 million people who might be hungry. Whereas on the other side, when you're looking at obese people, in 2017, where you have 650 million obese people, by 2030, you have 1.1 billion population of the world that's going to be obese. So you're going to have to be thinking about very different ways of enabling care. So before you get to that tertiary care, how do you manage, as people are living longer, from 45 to 60 to, you're talking about people living to 120, you don't want to have a very sick 6 billion population in the world. So primary care and attaching people to a much more integrated care model is going to be the absolute necessity. If we only try to solve for tertiary care and what to do in terms of advanced diagnostics and surgery, I think we will lose the quality of living, the quality of people's lives, as well as productivity for the entire economy.
One thing that Shiato has said is that healthcare with insurance will be key for effective healthcare ecosystems going forward. Given that you're more insurance, you're more healthcare, discuss, is that true?
See, I think today's insurance model where the inpatient health is covered, as well as the billing systems, etc., are not fully integrated, I think that has to change. And what you're talking about is a tripartite basically integration between three things. One is your insurance policy, what it covers, what it doesn't cover. Second is your billing system of the hospital. And the third is really the materials contract between the hospital and the insurance company. And once these three start talking to each other, which should very easily happen through blockchain, it's not a very difficult problem to solve.
Yeah.
I guess your insurance settlement of payments and clarity around that should be so much higher. So that is a problem we should be able to put behind us.
So we see a use case for blockchain in insurance, do we?
I think you'll see a use case for blockchain in almost anything, but I guess it's nothing but a dispersed ledger, and that totally makes sense in something like insurance, where you want everybody to have a full trail of the actions that have taken place.
What about you, Shiato? You said the comments about insurance and healthcare working closely together. What's your view?
So I think insurance and healthcare have to come together and form what is going to be a tech-enabled healthcare system. Without that, I think it's not going to work. We've already started to what the point that Ashish was making. We've already started rolling out this tripartite ecosystem in the tier 2 cities of India, and we are already seeing success in that. But I think primary care is absolutely critical. We do not much as I'm sure Alicia would want, definitely is not the right statement for me to make, but we really don't want to try and bring everybody into a hospital. You want to try and bring preventive care and bring them into a healthcare system, which means I don't need you to come to a hospital for me to deliver care. I can manage you at your home and make sure that diagnostics is delivered to you at home. Doctor consult is made available to you at home. All of that can be done at home. We don't have to bring them in. So I think the ability to use technology to make it available to a larger geography is key. And I think the biggest issue that we have as far as insurance is concerned is in India, I'm going to speak more specifically for India, I think we don't have enough people insured. I think we've started the journey again on that front. But the more you have people insured, which means they don't have to worry about getting their preventive health or their inpatient health covered, you will see a better system coming in place.
So a shift from sick care to preventive care. Alicia, the importance of partnerships for a robust healthcare system.
So I think, again, the whole idea of working with the government really kind of came to light with COVID. And that kind of created really good models in terms of outcomes. But now when we're talking about both patient safety goals and patient outcomes, what we're seeing is very interesting collaborations that are happening with either technology partners, like we've partnered with people like Intel, Microsoft, as well as pharma providers on what are the best outcomes for patients for a specific disease. So with GSK and Novartis. So I think those are the kind of collaboration which will enable us not to kind of duplicate efforts and increase costs, because kind of putting the data together, putting the cost structure on tech together is going to be monumental otherwise. So I think combining these forces, which is what like a company like ours at Aster is doing. So those collaborations will become very, very powerful.
I'm going to overrun. I'm going to be naughty. Excuse me, everyone. Shiato, the growth areas. What are the key growth areas for the future of healthcare?
So I think digital therapeutics is going to be one very big area of growth for healthcare in India and globally. The second area is going to be the remote patient monitoring systems. How can we make healthcare available without the doctor actually having to be there at a healthcare center? And thirdly, I think it's going to be the larger penetration of insurance and payers and the availability of an ecosystem. When I say ecosystem, it's going to go one step further to what Alicia was saying, not just pharma companies, but I think also to include the larger ecosystem of pharmacy chains, diagnostic chains, home care providers. They all have to be in the same system, so that what it will do then is centralize all the patient records automatically. It will then also help get the insurance settlement done, and then we can take care of the patients without having to increase our cost of delivery.
Ashish, growth areas?
I think the growth areas, really we need to solve the primary care problem.
Yeah.
And I think we've got 1.5 doctors for every 1,000 population. And that's also lopsided towards the developed world. I guess as far as India is concerned, a lot of that does need to move towards tertiary care and needs to focus on that rather than focusing on the primary side, which should be mostly tech-enabled. I think the last thing I would say is, while insurance is important, we cannot forget the role of government. I think government healthcare spending has to increase simply because I don't think you can, as individuals, negotiate very well with the healthcare system in terms of the costs, but the governments are able to negotiate and implement it at scale in a much better manner. And that negotiation is required, otherwise there's a conflict of interest here, right? One person wants people to fall sick and come to hospitals, but that's not how the world's going to work.
Final words, Alicia, as many words as you want. We're overrunning, we're breaking the rules, we don't care. We're visionaries.
So I think exactly kind of responding to the point Yashish was making, it cannot be this conflict of interest. At the end, everyone is working towards the patient health. So that convergence and eliminating that conflict of interest is important, very, very important. So what we're seeing is, how does the entire system, whether it's government, whether it's provider, whether it's a payer, everyone works towards that ultimate goal. rather than having this misaligned incentives.
You were brilliant. Thank you, Yashish, Alicia, Shiato. Fantastic panel on the future of health. Up next, we've got the future of, drum roll, work. See you in a minute.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Welcome back to the IGF Studio. Here we are, yes, broadcasting live, streaming live from here, the Taj Exotica in Dubai. We're very excited to discuss the future of work. We've all got a say in this because we all know what it's like to work and we all want to decide what the future of work looks like. But who better to tell us what it looks like? A man who's immersed in it, Harsh Soyan, Chief People Officer at Tech Mahindra in India. Great to see you, Harsh.
Likewise.
What does it look like? You're the Van Gogh. You know, paint it for me. What's that portrait look like when we're looking at the future of work?
So, Mark, first thing is that, well, consider it good news or bad news, but the future of work is here.
Yeah.
It's not in the future. And we clearly see hybrid is here to stay. But I would define hybrid very differently from what you probably would hear, where hybrid is not only where you work from, it is the flexibility of what you do and when you do it. Therefore, obviously, gig working will be extremely important. What we see, interestingly, is that skills are paramount and even more important than qualification and education. The quandary that we will have to address in the future of work is going to be the balance between personalization and privacy. Because of hybrid, this is getting blurred. And clearly, tech is going to be determining the future of work in a very deep and significant manner. In fact, we see that the future tech is going to really determine how, when, and where the people are going to work from. So clearly, all of us will have to undergo a significant change in the way we operate and do work today. And finally, I would say that what we have seen is while the pandemic was a social calamity, it actually was a blessing for diversity and inclusivity, and it stays. Therefore, because of gig working, because of flexibility, D&I in the future of work will be an integral part.
I had a panel yesterday, and one of the founders, one of the tech unicorn founders, basically said, in COVID, we were all united behind a common cause. Like he used the word war. And once COVID dissipated, I'm not going to say ended, that cause dissipated with it. And suddenly the workforce was, oh, what? Can you see that?
Yes.
The cause dissipated, so we had nothing to unite us, which affected the productivity of the workforce. Do you see that?
Very interesting thought. When COVID hit us, Mark, we were like headless chicken. We didn't know what to do. And our instincts, certainly made us rally around the problem. And we had a common enemy, which was pandemic and COVID. And, leadership underwent a huge change from the command and control that used to happen, more resilience and ownership. And what you just defined is really the bedrock of culture. And while we can define culture in many ways, I think what we need to do as we go forward is we don't really always need a crisis, but we do need a strategy, vision, and a rallying point. And as social animals, we see clearly people used to always think that working in isolation, not out of the office, is not going to be possible, especially in our industry where, 163,000 people across 105 countries, but it is possible. And what we believed in, and I would say what is really important is what we call human experiences, which are really beyond the employee into the families and beyond the work life. So I think you need to have a culture where you have a rallying point.
Yeah. Are businesses then ready? Are you getting a sense they're ready to rethink, to realign their strategies, to more be in line with what you're saying, their users, their employees, and the community itself?
Well, I would say that various businesses are reacting differently. We were in another panel and somebody was talking about, we are in manufacturing, you guys are in IT, and manufacturing, you have to be there physically present to do things. What are you talking about hybrid? But the reality today is, whether it's hybrid more aligned towards virtual or hybrid more aligned towards physical, you will have to have a rallying point where businesses will have to weave a strategy around people. And when I say people, it would be hiring, engaging, and then making sure that people succeed in their careers. And the problem that we face today is because it's not all face-to-face, people are struggling, and we will have to embrace technology.
Yeah.
But very importantly, and I always say that, Mark, that technology will be an enabler, but the moments of truth will still be human.
So what are the new age and emerging technologies that you think are going to define our way of working in the future?
Actually, it's going to disrupt everything that we do. For example, if you look at governance, process, and people, we were very used to, from as simple as making people join the company, we are so used to shaking the hand of the person, welcoming with a bouquet and saying, this is your seat. Guess what? He's not coming to the office. And therefore, you have to use technologies like metaverse, which gives you a hugely immersive experience. Actually, a lot more present in some cases than the physical presence.
Yeah.
Because you can have moods, right? But in the metaverse, it's there. You have to use AR, VR, blockchain. I'll give you one example, Mark. We used to take months and weeks to do background checks. In blockchain, with blockchain, we can do it in minutes. AI, which is really from job matching to really putting all processes through. So actually, what one has to do is align processes to the new normal, or I always call it the now normal, and make sure that you're ready to face the future. Because whether you like it or not, people's priorities have changed. They are not attracted just to brands. They need company with a purpose, which means purpose beyond profit, purpose to the larger community and countries as a whole. And the sooner we embrace it, the better it is.
You touched in the beginning on skills. How important is upskilling, on reskilling? And what does this all mean for gig workers and for flexible workers?
Well, all I can say is all good news. If you see history, we have seen that upskilling has been an integral part of how humanity has grown. As new technologies come in, upskilling is going to be the core for organizations. And like it or not, whether it's soft skills or tech skills, companies will have to embed upskilling in the very fabric of their business strategy. If you look at an IT company, for example, like Tech Mahindra, with the great resignation happening, it was not always okay to go and buy talent. So you had to build. And companies that build successfully, not only were more resilient during COVID, where mobility, by the way, was not there of people, but also it was a cost advantage, it was an efficiency advantage, and therefore I would say that upskilling is going to be core in everything.
So how does that affect recruitment trends? As you were saying, you couldn't buy talent, you had to build it. What does that mean for trends in recruitment?
You said it yourself, gig working.
Yeah.
If you need somebody for a week, go hire for a week. Don't have to hire for on roles. Diversity and inclusivity, if you want to hire back women leaders who have taken a break, go and do that. But most importantly, we have to learn to hire from everywhere and anywhere. And then also use tech to be able to make sure that you reach out to folks who are now, say, in tier 2 towns or nearshore cities across the world, because people are mobile and people have actually chosen to be with their families in smaller towns. So you have to reach out to them.
So be digital, be remote, yet at the same time, be human and be connected.
That's correct.
But I remember during COVID, you had people joining companies who hadn't, after 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, ever met their workforce. And how can they become part of a culture when they've never actually met their workforce? I know that's COVID particular, but you're saying, no, that's the future.
That's correct.
Can you create a culture when you're remote and digital? How do you stay human and connected?
You know, I always quote Maya Angelou in this. She said, people will forget what you do, or people will forget what you said, but people will never forget how you made them feel. And therefore, if you have to build a culture, you have to make sure that you make people feel special. Personalization with a clear consciousness of privacy is going to be important. And even with a 170,000 workforce, it's very important for us to make sure each person is treated special. And that, to my mind, is the
How
bedrock
do you
of
do that, though, remote? You know, you're in India, I'm in London. Tell me, how do I make you feel special when I don't have that physical contact?
The principles, Mark, are very simple.
Yeah.
Earlier, I used to shake your hand, welcome you, sit, have a conversation
Exactly.
with you, reach out to your family. I do that digitally now.
Yeah.
It's actually very simple to do. Imagine, take Metaverse, for example. We can provide an immersive experience of the joining, of the recruitment, of the induction in a much more pleasant environment. You know, your mood swings are not really there. For technology, you know, we always use, we have a humanoid that answers the basic questions of folks, rather than a human being doing that all the time. And imagine the consistency, efficiency, and the 24/7 availability. So obviously, never use tech because you're using an AI tool or an RPA tool. Use tech because it enables those human interactions and enhances them. And I think that's, to my mind, no rocket science, but very difficult.
Which companies, which industries, we think of tech as modern and friendly and inclusive, and, you know, the Googles were famous, table tennis and kitchens, and we've sort of moved on. You've described the now thing. Who's doing it? Who's embracing this, and maybe who's being left behind, do you think?
You know, interestingly, I would say it's not the industry.
No.
Very clearly, you know, people often ask me that, you know, you are in IT, so obviously you're cool. But it's not the case, because IT industry sometimes, and IT folks are probably the most manual driven internally.
Yeah.
But it's about what is it that you consciously and intentionally take care as part of your vision. And if tech-enabled experiences is part of your vision, then I would say every industry. For example, banking. I'm sure, Mark, you haven't visited a bank for many, many months.
Yeah, a long time. Yeah.
Absolutely. Similarly, healthcare, and we had the panel just before this talked about healthcare through technology. What does that mean? It means both preventive and diagnostic. So every single industry, retail, when you go and and pick up stuff and everything is charged, it's the experience. And therefore, I say it's not about technology; it's about the experiences you create across industries. And good or bad, it's the same for every industry. It's about the company that decides to do something about it intentionally.
On the subject of good or bad, was the great good that came out of COVID, and there wasn't a lot of good, was the great good that it has accelerated the future of work?
It has.
Yeah.
And the reason is very simple. Everybody had their backs to the wall, including us, when they said, oh, by the way, everybody has to work remotely. We said, how? We don't even have the laptops. And somebody said, okay, let's order the laptop, but you couldn't because Borders were closed.
There weren't
so what
any.
do you do?
The parts weren't available.
We suddenly hit upon an idea saying, let's rent the laptops of our own folks. And it worked like magic. So innovation came across, right?
That's a great idea.
And I think, that's what happens when you're faced with a crisis. But with COVID going, I don't think we have to wait for another crisis. We have to just learn from the...
Do you think we're ready for the next crisis? There'll no doubt be one, won't there?
We are never ready for a crisis we don't know. However, we had all kinds of BCP or plans for, one city to the other, but we never thought something like COVID would impact the whole world. So I would just say, what we have to be ready with is being resilient.
Yeah.
And having a company culture which is really deep embedded with the folks. And then, obviously respond with grit. I think that's what we can be prepared for.
Harsh, you were brilliant. You were that painter. You painted it beautifully. Thank you so much, Harsh. So in there, Chief People Officer at Tech Mahindra, painting the vision of the future of work. That's it. Yes, the IGF Studio, we're wrapping it up. We've had some absolutely fantastic sessions today. We've spoiled you on all sorts of important topics, bringing the best minds in the world to discuss the biggest issues. Thank you so much for joining us here in the Taj Exotica, bringing you this across the world, live streaming. Please continue to hashtag IGFUAE it. You've got that. What I'm asking you to do is hashtag IGFUAE and then at IGF Updates for updates on the India Global Forum. Thank you for joining us on this wonderful stage in Dubai to talk about the biggest issues in the world. See you all soon.
Thank you.
Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com. Welcome to India Global Forum, where India meets the world and the world meets India. Hear from the most dynamic business leaders and technology disruptors as they share their insights and secrets of success. Meet and network with the most influential, most innovative, and the most enterprising. India Global Forum is the agenda-setting platform. Visit www.indiaglobalforum.com.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to address you today. I thank India Incorporated Group for inviting me to be part of this high-level forum. The UAE and India enjoy long-standing and cordial relations across multiple fronts, and this forum is making its mark in pushing our bilateral relations to a new level. First, let me take this opportunity to congratulate India on its presidency of the G20. The UAE is committed to working with India in confronting international challenges across multiple sectors to achieve a balanced and sustainable global economic growth. Earlier this year, the UAE and India signed a landmark comprehensive economic partnership agreement, which came into force in May 2022. As part of this free trade agreement, both countries aim to boost their bilateral trade from the current $60 billion to $100 billion in the next 5 years. Key sectors that will benefit from this trade agreement include agriculture, oil and gas, petrochemicals, minerals, and textiles. The UAE and India share so much more than just economic synergies. Strong cultural and people-to-people ties unite our countries, as do our shared values of tolerance and peaceful coexistence. More than 3.5 million Indians call the UAE their home away from home. Both countries are committed to meaningful partnerships across spheres. This includes our collaboration on enhancing food security at home and globally. A prime example of this is the India-UAE Food Corridor that will incorporate state-of-the-art climate-smart technology to sustainably increase yields. The initiative has the potential to triple the food trade between the UAE and India in 5 years and benefit as many as 2 million farmers across various Indian states. India has officially joined the Mangrove Alliance for Climate, a government-led initiative between the UAE and Indonesia, which was launched at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh last month. Partnerships like these not only help in the restoration and conservation efforts, but also enhance nature-based solutions towards a sustainable future. Such synergies are crucial to face the growing global food insecurity that is being driven by political conflict, climate change, and the economic slowdown. We must work together with a renewed resolve to transform the current food systems across the globe and put the world back onto track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger. In the UAE, we have always believed that innovation should be at the front and center of our food system transformation. We have set an ambitious goal for ourselves to position our country as a global hub for innovation-driven food security and a premier exporter of climate-smart agtech solutions. With that goal in mind, we are currently developing a groundbreaking agricultural project that aims to serve as a testbed for pioneering agricultural solutions. Once complete, the Food Tech Valley will provide researchers, entrepreneurs, startups, and the industry experts with all the facilities they need to develop innovative, clean tech-based agricultural solutions that will revolutionize the food industry. We invite scientists, engineers, producers, investors, and other relevant stakeholders from around the world, and especially from India, to set up their base in our Food Tech Valley. This initiative, as well as many others, show that the UAE has become a premier convener of major players from across the food system value chain to explore sustainable approaches for the agricultural sector. We are keen to share our experience with our partners and to work with other countries to address the critical challenges of our food systems. We enjoy robust collaborations with Indian businesses and entities operating in the UAE that I am happy to say have proven to be great supporters of government-led programs. The leading retail chain, Lulu Hypermarkets, promotes locally grown fresh produce in its vast network of stores, and IFCO, the food manufacturing giant, has made considerable contributions to the UAE's food security. And just a few days ago, I had the pleasure of attending the opening of a new facility for Jaleel Holdings, one of the major Indian investment companies based in the UAE. The massive facility offers advanced storage solutions for fresh food and will go a long way in supporting a sustainable supply chain and marketing homegrown produce. We look forward to expanding our collaboration with these companies and more to develop our food industry. Ladies and gentlemen, food security concerns all nations of the world, and we all need to join forces to harness the full potential of partnerships to tackle the relevant challenges. Let's work together to create new opportunities for collaboration between our two nations to enhance food security and transform our food systems and industry. And of course, this is also an important point as we work towards COP28, which we'll be hosting here in the United Arab Emirates next year. Thank you.
What can a bank bring to the world? How can it enable economies and companies to achieve their goals and help people realize their dreams? At Emirates NBD, our origins are in this sand and this sea. Just decades ago, these calm waters were echoing with the voices of pearl divers. Today, from the same land, rise modern marvels. And happy communities have been thriving on this land. Emirates NBD is a financial services company, a regional player contributing to a global ecosystem, because ambition knows no borders. We exist for people, supporting human endeavor. We enable economies as an integral fabric of communities and businesses. We innovate as a means to make lives easier, simpler, more enriching. We invest in the societies we're in to ensure there are challenges across sectors, looking beyond, delivering what's next. For us, scale matters. It helps us to deliver synergies and functional expertise to our stakeholders. Technology matters. It places us at the cutting edge of transformation. Strategy matters. It positions us for leadership today and into tomorrow. Ultimately, we're all about people. Our own, our customers, our communities. We believe in creating opportunities for prosperity. We are Emirates NBD.
We are the only platform in the world that allows a non-technical customer to get software built for them without ever having to write a line of code.
All you need is a great idea, a challenge that you want to solve for your business, and we'll build the software for you.
It's easy, fast, has a fixed price. We're making people's dreams come true.
From an entrepreneur with a genius idea in their head to an enterprise CEO looking to transform their organization to the next level.
Builder will be the platform that they will build upon.
When it comes to venturing into unfamiliar territories, at Standard Chartered, we understand the journey you're making. Our network of experts are on the ground already, promoting dialogue, driving innovation, and building the sustainable economies of the future. Because your success is our business, and opening doors is what we do. We are Standard Chartered, here for good.
A bond that's steeped in history. A partnership that's strengthened through strategic, economic, and cultural ties, and cemented further by the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, CEPA. India and the UAE. At Emirates NBD, we're committed to and capitally invested in India, the largest trading partner of the UAE. One of the largest banking groups in MENAT, we offer a unique advantage to Indian companies across the Emirates NBD network. As the bank of choice, we already enjoy fruitful relationships with several Indian majors in diverse sectors. Now, we're expanding our presence to enhance the geographical coverage in India, while also facilitating large volumes of trade and capital flows between India and MENAT region. For us, it's more than the opening of branches. It's the opening up of our vision for India. It's a future that's poised to create history celebrating 2 new branches in India, celebrating one great bond. Emirates NBD.
Why are more and more businesses choosing Abu Dhabi Global Market as their home? Is it the high business standards the city offers? Or because it's the true financial powerhouse of the UAE? Offering stability, scoring first, and mastering the art of finance for generations, ADGM sits in the heart of the Abu Dhabi economic vision, investing in sandbox environments and a modern infrastructure for digital banking. Step through the gateway into the future. Enjoy a business-friendly culture within a globally connected strategic location. Get on board a fast-moving economy, powered by the leading financial center in the UAE's capital. Abu Dhabi Global Market, your business capital.
Imagine a world where modern comfort meets timeless elegance, and where daily rituals elevate your here and now, transforming the mundane into exotic. Discovery and serenity. Every sense awakened, stimulated, and recharged. Every detail crafted with your comfort in mind. Brief moments, lasting memories. Welcome to the exotic side of life.
Unless there are immediate reductions in greenhouse gas emissions, the consequences will be catastrophic.
Today, inflation is the highest it's been in 4 decades.
Despite all the challenges, we're here by engaging with global leaders. We're here about open conversation, open dialogue, and about opening opportunities.